much. So I did not have a look at, what sir had already given. So when I saw the assignments, you have done all this. So I had changed it on the fly. And the B3 batch guys had done a slightly different assignment. Anyway, so today onwards, now I have the idea about what sir had given. So I'll be basing out the assignments accordingly. And today onwards, we will be entering the class programming, the object-oriented programming feature. So it will be on a proper track. Let me just ask you before I continue. By now, has everyone downloaded JDK 11 and installed it on their platform? Great, thank you. And I hope your IDE also, that is, it is a Eclipse IDE, but with a Spring plugin, Spring Tools. So that is also downloaded. Great. So today you are not going to require it. You will start needing it from Monday onwards. So you have anyway weekend coming up. If anyone has not done it, please do it during the weekend. So you won't be like lagging behind and all that. Okay, so that's a good start. Let's get going. My suggestion is anytime you are revising any day-wise contents, I always write a README day one or a sequence. I'll call it as a sequence hereafter. So you can just go through that sequence document and that will be pointing to various READMEs, various links or various diagrams and all. So that will be like your day-wise sequence. For example, on the day 6 or some other further day, you want to just go through what is it we did on a particular day, refer to this document. So what are going to be today's topics? We are going to continue discussion on JVM architecture. Major portion we have covered, but it's good to revise. And then we are going to start with object-oriented programming principles. The first one being encapsulation, how it gives rise to data hiding, and how this whole thing will be achieved via class programming. So that is our main topic of today. And then I'm going to also talk about packages. Java already distributes all its APIs in packages, and Java 9 onwards, packages are bundled into modules. So I'm showing you today not a module creation. I'll show you how to create our own packages and put our own classes. Then there is an interesting concept, important concept of a setting class path. So once you have done that, then you are free to join IDE, because you know what happens? Whenever you are starting with IDE directly, this setting class path, the packages and all happen automatically, and you never know what is happening internally. So that is the reason. And then we will also talk about the related concept of access specifiers. So all of this will be covered. And if time permits, I'm saying if time permits, you have done arrays with sir in the basic programming. So I will just revise arrays of primitive types, and then we will go on to something interesting. But first, these are the main topics. So before I start, as I have promised, I always do some revision of important topics so that whatever you are not clear and all should get cleared by now. You have slept over the whole concepts yesterday, so you should be in a good position to answer. So I'm not taking everything naturally, but yes, important ones. So start responding. Java data types, there are two categories. Anyone wants to tell me what are the two categories of Java data types? Start responding. It's a primitive type and the other one is the reference types. Okay, so start. When you say primitive type, is it a value holder or is it a address holder? It's a value holding type. Sorry. It's a value holding type. And when you talk about reference type, references are nothing but the pointers. So it is going to hold the address. So this is your address holding types, right? So these are the basic two differences. And when you say address, you have to immediately understand in the next line whose address. So address of the object which gets dynamically created on the heap. Unlike C++, if you're coming to me from C++ background, unlike C++, there are no local objects. There is no object such as a stack, object created on the stack. Every object in Java is created dynamically. So when I talk about class and object, it will be clear. So this is your address holding type. Now, these are the primitive types are nothing but your built-in types, and reference types are, some of them are Java API classes, and we keep writing so much also. So start. Under the primitive type, which are the two categories? There are two categories under the primitive types. So anyone wants to tell me? One is the non-numeric, uh, and the other one is the numeric. I'll not write everything, otherwise it takes a lot of time. So which is the only non-numeric data type in Java? Anyone wants to type it? It's a Boolean, absolutely. And what are the values a Boolean type of a data type can take? Either true or false. How many bits or bytes are memory allocated for a Boolean? Answer is, don't say this, depends on the underlying JVM specification. So it could be 1 bit, it could be 1 byte, and in earlier days, it used to keep the 4 bytes because the type was taken internally as an integer. So you can confidently say, depends on the underlying JVM specification, depends on what JVM you use, that decides it. Next one. So under the numeric type, tell me, there is a character, and what is the keyword for that? Char. Char occupies how many bytes in the memory? You know that. 2 bytes. Signed or unsigned? Unsigned it is. So you have the full range, 0 to 64K. And when you say char, is it a UTF-8 pattern or is it a UTF-16? Obvious question. It is UTF-16. It is representing not just the ASCII code, but the Unicode, Universal Coding Convention, to support multiple languages, multiple character encoding formats. Move on to the others. Now you have integral types, you have floating points. So I'll talk about integral types. They are byte, short, int, and log. How many bytes? How many bytes each one takes? You can give me 4 answers directly. Byte, short, int, and long. 1248 is the right answer. Are these signed or unsigned? These are signed. Which is the signing bit? Which is the bit which stores the sign? It is MSB. And when you, how do you store a negative number? MSB will be, of course, 1. I made a mistake. And what about the rest of it? 2's complement format. And how do you take out a 2's complement? Just inverse the bit, just takes the 1's complement, inverse the bits, 1 to 0, 0 to 1, plus 1, exactly. So like your C, it is a C family language. So 2's complement format is the standard one. Next one. So conversions I'll talk about separately. Next, what are the two floating point types, guys? You know that, float and double. And single precision arithmetic, floating point arithmetic, you use float. And in most of the cases, we prefer double precision arithmetic. That is where you will be taking the double number. And how many bytes this float and double occupies? 4 and 8. Absolutely correct. Now tell me, in the reference types, in the address holding types, there are subcategories. So anyone wants to tell me, what are the 3 subcategories of the reference types? Yes, class type, array type, and the something called as interface type. So currently, today we are going to enter the class type of references. Then I'll take you to array and finally to interfaces. So class, or it can be, array type of reference, which you have done already, and interface type of reference. Okay. So this we will talk about later. So I'm talking about now the types of conversions. Are we talking about primitive types conversion or reference types? Of course, primitive types. I've not even talked about reference. Okay. So tell me, which are the two conversions we have for primitive types? Yes, you are right earlier. The one is widening and one is narrowing. So one is widening and one is narrowing. So different people, different authors use different terminology. This is also called as automatic promotion. Yes. So is this implicit or explicit? You know, implicit means done by the compiler. Explicit means done by us, done by programmer. So this is implicit. And narrowing is nothing but, Saurabh, you have raised hand. Just you have a question here, or is it by mistake?
Yes, ma'am.
Anyway, type it out, your question if it is. So narrowing is the explicit. Any question, just type out here. I will have a look at it immediately. So widening implicitly done by the compiler, narrowing explicitly done by the programmer. So start. Can you give me? Okay, forget this. I was going to ask you example. Yeah, give me an example. That is how the internally, Saurabh, the integer is the most optimized data type in Java. So internally, as per the Java language specification, everything is promoted automatically to int. That's a Java language specification to handle the operations, because in most of the cases, the JVM size is 32-bit. So it finds it most I mean, the efficiency increases a lot whenever anything gets converted to integer. For the efficiency purpose is the reason. Next one. So tell me, give me an example of automatic conversion. Already he's given us. So you can give on your own. Give me the example of automatic conversion, guys. You've seen so many: short to int, bind to it, into float. Yes, all of them. Now, so here, narrowing conversions. Yeah, okay, so let us talk about the rules. Yes, all these are correct. So the rule is when compiler can automatically promote two rules: source type to destination type is compatible. Yes, typecasting is narrowing. I'm still into automatic conversion. So when the source type to destination, source and destination type are compatible types, and the range of values exactly which can be held in the destination type is larger than that of source type, 100% compiler can perform the conversion. So now solve, just as a confirmation. So when I say solve, imagine that this code is written in a main and some test class or something, and you just tell me compiler error or no error. Start answering quickly. I'll highlight the line and you tell me error or no error. This is no error. How about the next one? Is there an error or no error? Answer is no error. So which is the implicit conversion which is happening here? Implicit conversion is nothing but widening, or you can say automatic promotion and all that. Yeah, byte to it. Absolutely. How about this? The next one I'm asking. Compiler error or no error? Of course, error. Why there? When I say error, let us be precise. It is a Java compiler error. What is Java compiler goes by the types? What is the type of RHS? Double. And double to float is not the automatic conversion. Are you getting this? So here, this is either you put it in a typecast or narrowing, that is, or otherwise make it as F, I mean, add a F literal, floating point literal, and it will work. I don't want to do that. I just want to confirm your clarity. So suppose you add, suppose imagine that you have added, and then I said double D1 equal to F. Will this statement survive? Compiler error or no error here? Answer is no error here, because float to double is automatic. Double to float is narrowing. How about this? Long L1 equal to some number. No error, absolutely. And if I say float F equal to L1, compiler error or no error? Answer is no error, because I've explained already, sorry. Long to float. Even though you might lose some precision in the last significance or lowest significant bits, still the float can hold the larger number of values than long. So this is also considered as, what do you say, automatic promotion. Float can fit the long values. Yeah, so Akash, I'm not going to explain this. I have already explained this in yesterday's README. So can you please read the data value ranges open in yesterday's folder? The data value ranges, I have given the actual values which a long can have and which a float can have. So compare and you will find float can hold 8 bits of exponent. It is, you know what is exponent? Raised to. So there are 8 bits of exponent and remaining 23 bits of mantissa. You yourself, without even looking at it, you should be able to see. It says raised to, power raised to. So exponent 8 bits is such a huge number. Like I said, I don't want to sound vague. Please read my README. I have actually given the values, okay? Which are the values a long can have and which is the value a float can have. Why we don't import scanner for command line argument? Oh, you are mixed up, Srishti. You are mixing up between scanner and command line arguments. Tell me, what is the data type of a command line argument? Srishti, I'm talking to you, so type fast. What is the command line data type of command line argument? Don't say string. It's wrong. It's a string array. Okay. And arrays are by default available to all the Java classes. So there is no scanner coming into it. Okay. That is the reason. Continue. Answer this. What will be the result of? You have already done this, but it's good to understand. Byte and byte means when two operands are byte, the result is an integer. If it is byte and short, you know the answer. If it is short and short and you have convinced, if you are not convinced, write a two-liner code and confirm. How about int and long? It is going to be the one which has the larger length, larger magnitude of ranges. Long and float, it is going to be float. Float and double, of course, double is the one which is of a longer, double precision. And any other data type and double, result will be automatically double. So this is, I'm just telling you, so keep it in front of you and you will see soon similar conversions, widening and narrowing, but in reference types. Of course, we don't call them as widening and narrowing. We call them as upcasting, downcasting. So when I come to that, we will discuss. Then the last topic of yesterday, important topic which we had started was a JVM architecture. So whatever I have covered, let us revise. And of course, I'll show you the diagram because your diagram could be half complete and I'll take you further. So start. What is the first block about the JVM architecture? Okay, sorry, forget, scratch the question. I'm asking you a better question. What is the job of the JVM in 2 words? JVM has a particular role. So what is the job of the JVM? Please don't unmute yourself, causes confusion. It load and execute. Okay, so the job of the JVM before I enter here is loading the required classes. Okay, when you say load the classes, are we going to load all the classes? Absolutely not. So JVM's class loader will just load the class whenever it is required. I can't give you example because I've not yet started with object creation in Java. So wait for some more time and you will know at that point this class will get loaded, etc. We will be drawing the picture, memory picture, stack, heap and a method area and clarity. So now that is, outside our this. So the first block is JVM's class loader. Okay. So here JVM's class loader, the job is, it is a lazy class loader. There are 2 types, one is eager term, one is lazy term. So eager means hyper. That is, everything is loaded and kept ready. But that is not how the JVM's class loader works. So it works in a lazy manner. Means what? Anytime actually the requirement is, for example, you have set scanner SC equal to new scanner. So whenever you are creating the instance of the scanner, of course, a class has to be loaded first and then the object can be created. So at that point, JVM does not care whether you have said import java.util.star or whether you have said java.util.scanner. It is going to load only scanner because that is the used one, that is the required one. So it uses the lazy loading. Lazy means lazy loading policy, which is also called as on demand. You require it, you use it. Okay, so that way. And of course, there are 3 types of class loaders: bootstrap class loader, system class loader, application class loader, etc. So when we go a little ahead, I'll tell you the different types and how to find it out using some simple APIs. So let us say that class loader is the block, uses lazy loading policy. Just a second, to on demand to load required classes in JVM's memory. Okay, so that's the first part done. Now the next thing, which is so important, is when I say JVM is going to load these required classes, you have to know which are the memory areas or which are the runtime data areas of a JVM. Okay, so now I'm talking about JVM's lazy is better than eager, absolutely, on time, on demand. It is more optimized. So coming back to the point, So let us talk about runtime data areas. Okay. So start telling me, or rather I will tell you and you will tell me. I mean, I'll ask you the questions. Okay. So the first one, I mean, first, last is not this. So before I start, give me a second. Let me ask you. When you launch the JVM, so how do you launch the JVM? What is the command line invocation? Java followed by something called as fully qualified class name. So you'll say suddenly what she's saying. So fully qualified class name is nothing but name of the package followed by the sub package followed by the class name. So right now, are we creating any packages to keep our classes? When we, Arpit, you're in between, so don't ask the question in between. I'm in a flow. So let me finish the topic first, because you will get the answers when I create the objects. So wait. So what I'm saying is, whenever, see, I lost my thread. So whenever you are loading, whenever you are launching the JVM by saying Java and fully qualified class name, currently there are no packages. So package name, when you don't define, when you don't add any package statement, what is the value of a default package? Anonymous. Anonymous means nameless. So how do we do it now? Java followed by test. Okay, so that is what it is. And once you do that, the first block is, I mean, first what happens is the operating system, underlying native operating system, gives the memory to the JVM, a piece of RAM. It could be taken from anywhere. It could be secondary, it could be first level. That we don't care because Java is platform independent, right? So piece of memory will be given and JVM distributes it in its multiple areas. Now let us start the discussion. So you have been given, Java has been given, JVM has been given the memory from the underlying native operating system. And now we are talking about what are the different sections. Okay, so let's start in a proper manner. So here is the method area. So now start answering. What is the name of the method area from Java 8 onwards? You know the name. No, meta space it is. It is meta space. So tell me, is meta space fixed in size or is it growable? F or G? It is growable. Fixed size is wrong. It is so you know, focus. So what happens here is the meta space from Java 8 onwards, it is directly allocated from the native memory, native computers virtual memory, virtual RAM or virtual memory. RAM is virtual memory. So at that point, whatever is the limitation of the underlying native computers virtual memory, that becomes your meta space. In short, not fixed in size. So is there a chance of seeing out of memory error when the number of classes to be loaded grows? Answer is not. Earlier, we had till Java 7 perm chain space. So that used to be limited in size and there we used to run into issues. Okay, now the next thing. So when you talk about method area, you know, so next question I'm asking you is, for a particular JVM, don't talk about 10 JVMs running on this. Understand first about one JVM and just multiply it by 10. Okay, so for a particular JVM, how many method areas would be there? Tell me. One, I'll give you two choices. One single copy or one per thread. Answer is one single copy. Okay. And you will have this impact, you will understand the impact when we talk about threads and we will say that multiple threads from the same JVM share the meta space. At that time, you will have a better clarity. So it is a single copy per JVM, like somebody had already said. So it is not per thread. Next one, very important. What is it which is typically memory allocated in a method area? By the way, method area is equivalent to your text segment of your operating system. Anyway, can anyone tell me what is it which is getting loaded in the method area? The class information. So those byte codes. Whenever you say, for example, scanner SC equal to new scanner, so JVM just has the name of the class that it has to load the scanner. So it will look for that bytecode file scanner.class. So and load it in the memory. So what it contains is the bytecode information. And this bytecode information is going to consist of the class information, I can say the class information, the loaded class information is all stored here. And later, when I take you deeper in Java, you will see that there are static data members in the class, there are non-static data members in the class. So just superficially, today I'm not discussing static, but at least you know this much. When you say static data members, how many copies of static data members are created? Answer is one per entire class. In short, even if you create 100 objects, 100 instances of the class, the static data member will be one copy. So all of this I'm going to say tomorrow properly. So don't get confused. So when I say bytecode information, of course it is there. But in along with that, you should be clear that the memory for static data members is allocated exactly once during the process of class loading. Okay, so these are the highlights of method area. More details will follow when we grow deeper. Now the next area. So this is like when we say class loader using its on-demand policy, just-in-time policy, here it is going to load the required classes, but where it will load, now I can give you the answer, you know the answer, it is going to be loaded in the meta space. Okay, so this is how you should connect. Next one. So which is the next most important one to the programmer is heap. Go faster a little bit. Look at time. So here in heap, tell me how many copies of the heap are there per JVM? Can you tell me how many copies are there in the heap? Is it one per thread or is it one per JVM? Answer is one single copy per JVM. You might have heard in your operating system concepts, all the threads belonging to a process share the common address space. So this is what they mean. I mean, I'm talking in Java threads, of course. They will share the same copy, single copy of heap, single copy of meta space. So single copy per JVM. And what is it which is getting stored on the heap is nothing but all objects. So dynamically created objects are kept on the heap. But when you talk about objects, just give me some time and we'll be there in details about class, object, state and all that. So any object has primarily three things. One is, exactly. So one is the state. State is what? Non-static data members. Employee, ID, name, salary is the state. But total number of employees is not a state of a particular employee. So that total number of employees or the organization strength becomes a static data member. One single copy is sufficient. But if you recruit 100 employees in your organization, they should be having their own employee ID, name and salary. So that is considered as the individual state. Okay, so when you talk about the object, it has a state and the state is nothing but non-static data members, which are also called as instance variables. All this is going to be done properly. I'm just giving you information. So when I take you to object creation, you will find it easy. So state is what? The state in Java is non-static. Today, I mean, for the first week. Later, I'll add some more keywords. So it is nothing but non-static data members. In addition to that, there is something called as a class pointer and all stored. But when we draw the memory picture, I'll show you that. So largely, when you talk about object has a state, that is the data part. Then there are actions to be performed on the data, that is the behavior part, that is the method, that is the business logic method. And object has the unique identity also. If you're familiar with the databases, some idea, I know, I don't think your DBT session is done. Anyway, so when in the databases, there is a concept called as a primary key. So primary key is nothing but the column which has a what is it called? Which has a unique value. The values cannot be duplicated. So in that jargon, every object has a state. Think of it: employee, ID, name, salary, join date, department ID, etc. It will have the unique ID. Maybe the employee ID is a unique ID and it has a behavior. So of course, unique ID is a part of the state. So I'm saying this much. So let me come back to the point. Let me not get distracted. So where is the behavior loaded? In which section the behavior, the class information will be loaded? In the method area. Where will be the state members loaded? Answer is in the heap. So you will see when we draw the objects and all, the memories are located only to store non-static data members in the heap. Okay, so that is about your heap. And I mean, this is enough to get us started, right? Now, the next one. What is the next section? That is where we had stopped yesterday. So from there, I'll continue. So tell me, what is the next thing? Is it a stack or is it a stacks? Answer is it is stacks. This itself tells you. Yeah, Java stacks. Exactly, Pooja. So here, tell me, how many stacks would be there? Simple question, simple answer. So here it is, one per thread. Okay. So how many Java stacks? Answer is one per thread. Perfect. Now, can you tell me, have we entered the multi-threading yet? Absolutely not. So can you tell me which are the system threads created by the JVM? System threads means the JVM created thread. One is the main thread and one other one is garbage collector. Leave garbage collector. Can you tell me I hope, because every time, yes, stacks and the name of the threads are main and garbage collector. Garbage collector we will bring in little later. So tell me, what is the job of the main thread as far as Java is concerned? Okay, so the job of the main thread is to look for a main method. So it looks for, searches for public static void main with a string arrays, looks for main method, you know what type, and then it begins the sequential execution. You should think in parallel. So main thread is doing the sequential execution of the main method and executes it sequentially. Okay, so that's your main thread. Garbage collector, like I said, it is something called as a daemon thread, a background thread. We'll come to that in a proper manner. So now, when you say, so for practical purpose, sorry, you have a main thread. So now, if you imagine for a main thread, there will be main threads stack. Okay. So you can visualize a main thread and a main thread stack. I'll open the pictures in a minute after our revision is complete. So currently we have got a main thread stack. You got a garbage collector thread stack. But when I take you to multi-threading, whenever we create user-defined threads, we will be having multiple threads running parallelly, asynchronously, concurrently along with these two, and then we can draw multiple stacks. So main thread stack. So I'm not talking about main thread stack, any stack. What does any stack consist of? Tell me. A stack consists of something. Exactly. So stack consists of stack frames. Absolutely right. How many stack frames would be there on a particular stack? Anyone wants to tell me? So it will be how many stack frames? One per method call. One per method is function. One per method invocation. So now same what I showed you yesterday. Okay, sorry. I was going to ask you the question, but before that. So on an individual stack frame, can you tell me what will be pushed? It's a push, it's a last in first out. What all will be stored in any stack frame? Answer is local information, or I'll say better word, method, local information. So what does it consist of? It consists of method arguments, whatever arguments you pass. You could have created some temporary local variables. Whatever you declare within a method becomes a method local variable. So there could be some local variables, vars is variable, and your method could be returning. It could be non-void, so return values also. Okay. So all this is considered as method local information. And anyone wants to tell me what will be the life, what will be the visible, scope of this method local information? I said, yeah, exactly this one, Shanur. So here, tell me, what is the scope? The scope is the current method invocation till it returns. Absolutely. Okay, so that is the life. So as a side note, on a side note, see, you have to relate everything to the code. Otherwise, it is not, I mean, it's boring discussion. what will happen? Leave this for a second aside and answer this, because it's good always to stay in tune. Suppose you got a main method, and here I have this, and I say SOP data. Yes, please. This is your tester class, and this is your private in data, and I'm trying to display the data. Yes, what will happen? When I say what will happen, I'm not happy with error, because which error I don't know you're talking about. Compile time error, the runtime error, or the output. So be specific, please. Which error are you talking about? Compile time or runtime? C or R? Again, my Zoom is stuck. I hope you are saying compile time error. Here is the problem. How can you give the scope of private to a method local variable? Method local variables are only scope is within the main function or within any method. Exactly. So this is totally wrong. You can't make it private. You can't make it whatever, public default or protected, because implicitly the scope is only within the method. This is what I meant. Okay, because when you relate it to example, things become interesting. So this is what it is. And now tell me, I had asked you this already. Suppose main is calling some method one, I mean function one, method one. Method one is calling method two. Okay. So can you tell me now? Let me pose a question. I'm saying main method is calling method one, and method one is calling method two. So if you are executing, if the current execution is within method 2, can you tell me what will be the picture on the stack? So give me from the top to bottom. Which will be the stack frames, which will be pushed on the stack? Exactly. Everyone is clear? So on the top of the stack, we are talking about top to bottom, Akshay. So here it is. On the top of the frame, it is M2. Below that you have M1. I'm so sorry. And below that you have main. So these are the stack frames. So how does it start? Main thread calls a main method. So that main stack frame, mains local information is pushed. But when main calls M1, main stack frame is pushed below and M1 is at the top. When M1, method 1 calls method 2, method 2 stack frame is at the top. So what will be the picture? Seen from top to bottom, M2, M1 main. Now you know the rest of the story. When the method 2 or M2 returns, this particular stack frame is popped out. That is the reason you can't give any private or any scope. When the M1 is returns, the M1 stack frame is popped out from the stack of the main thread. And when the main method returns, the mains information is removed, popped out. Main stack frame is popped out from the stack, and your main thread stack is completely empty. So this is where we had stopped at yesterday. LIFO, last in, first out. Okay, it's not FILO. So this is where we are stopped at. So let me open that picture and let's continue. Already we spent 45 minutes in the revision. Every day we can't afford that. So, yeah. So let me take you. We are completed about the stacks. And I hope this gave you better feel or revision feel. So every day I can't promise you so much of revision, but yes, important parts I do revise, because that is how. If I say something, for example, today, don't push yourself, don't be over expectant. If you understand the things by tomorrow evening, after spending, after sleeping over it, after spending the lap time, that is a good sign. But if I say something today and you are still unsure by tomorrow evening, that is a cause to worry. So in that case, contact me immediately. And when I say contact me, I forgot yesterday itself, I should have shared my details. One sec. Zoom is hung as usual. So this is my email ID. Anytime, I'm just breaking this flow. So anytime you need help or assignment related or whatever. Okay. And this is my WhatsApp number. Just whenever you are sending me a WhatsApp message, just say that, okay, AX EDAC student, and I'll know who I'm talking to. Okay. So anytime you can write to me There's no guarantee that I'll respond immediately because, I could be in your training or some other training and all, but I'll try to respond. Especially in project phase and all, you need a lot of help. So any time you need help, you feel free to contact. Coming back to the point, yeah. So let's now go on to your JVM architecture. Here. So let's start. Sorry, let's continue. We have covered method area, heap, and a Java stack. Now, what remains is not so important as the programmer's understanding is concerned, but still we have to cover it. So the next one is PC registers. What is PC? Program counter register. So you might be knowing it already. What is a program counter PC register? What does it hold? Anyone wants to answer? What does it hold? Program counter register holds something. Again, it has slowed down. It is the address of the next instruction to be executed. Perfect. So now, when you know this or when you are saying this, tell me, how many program counter registers would be there? Will it be one per entire JVM or will it be one per thread? One per JVM, J, one per thread, T. Answer is, of course, one per thread. Because threads are the parallel flow of control. So suppose you got 10 threads in the system, T1, T2, T3, T10, it could be having its own instruction to be executed. So program, see the plural here, you can understand. So one program counter register per thread to store the address of the next execution, address of next instruction to be executed. So that is your program counter register. Like I said, for a programmer, these three are the main ones. Next one. There is a concept of a native method in Java. So what is that native method? So let me first say, all Java method means methods which are written in Java are Java methods. So all the information about the Java methods, method local information, where it is stored on a Java stack. Method local information for the methods written in Java are stored in the Java stack. And but rather your Java supports calling the methods, calling the functionality from other languages also. For example, Java can call C, C++ functions, Java to Python. There are connectors. Java can call any non-Java methods also. But if you talk about C, C++, Python, C++ mainly, they are executable languages. So whenever you are talking about non-Java methods, they are called as, they typically are they are typically specific to the underlying platform. That is why they are called as native methods. Okay, including assembly language. If anyone has the assembly language programming experience, assembly language is nothing but the assembly language is closest to your hardware. Okay, so it has the instruction set which is closest to your hardware, other next level to machine code. So coming back to the point, native method stack, what they will hold? Will they hold the information, method local information of the Java methods or non-Java methods? Of course, non-Java methods. So whenever Java is making the call to C, C++, Python, any other language, your Scala is a JVM language, forget that. But then that information is pushed on the native method stacks. And why again stacks? Because one will exist per thread. But are we really doing any JNI, Java native interface? Answer is no, we are not learning that. So this is only a technicality. If ever you call from Java a PyCharm, some Python libraries or some other libraries, that information will be pushed on Java method stacks. So please focus on these three data areas or the memory areas well. These are just as an additional one. Okay, and then you have an execution engine. Focus was on this basically. This JVM itself consists of the translator, JIT compiler, and garbage collector and hotspot profiler. Bytecode, no. Akash, please send a message on the group. Don't send me a direct message next time onwards. So what he had asked me was, bytecode contains assembly language code? Absolutely not. Assembly language code is only understood by the native hardware. So how can it be? So bytecode is the, let me say this, bytecode is the code which is only understood by the virtual machine. And that virtual machine is JVM. Okay, so that won't contain later, JIT compiler, hotspot profiler, and garbage collector. My net connection has a glitch. My voice might be breaking. So there was a glitch in my net connection. So I hope I'm back again. So this is the main parts. Have I covered the full Java JVM architecture? Absolutely not. But I have given you, yeah, I know. Yeah, wait a second, Kunal. So here, now I think I'm back. My this thing I had got a network glitch. Up and down arrow keys. Here, let me say this. So here, class loaders load the required class information in the method area, and whenever, suppose you are creating, this is little bit ahead of time, Kunal, but still I'll take this question. The point is, whenever a next time there's another instance of the same class has to be done, the class loader will check into the method area if the corresponding class is already loaded. So this is a two-way communication. That's why the two-way arrows. More, you'll understand more when I show you the process of object creation in Java. So please keep the first three areas in focus, which are already discussed yesterday, which are nothing but your, what is it? Method area, heap, and the stack. So this completes the revision, and I hope you got some more clarity about it also with the revision part. Method area, heap, and stack are the yes, the real important ones. So now let us start with the today's first topic. Let us enter the object-oriented programming, object-oriented principles rather. This is where our revision or whatever ends. And here I told you the sequence document you should go through, because here I point out that read this, read me for this and all that. Okay, so there is a separate readme here in today's help, which I'll be sharing today naturally. So there is something called as regarding class and object. So you could be coming to me from object-oriented background. I'm just not making any assumptions. I'm starting from scratch. So I'll highlight things, you read, and we'll start discussion. Read this, please. Okay. So the, what do you say? Basic, fundamentals or foundation of object-oriented programming is class and object. And the great part of object-oriented paradigm is it all revolves around real-life entities. So you see so many objects around you, starting from your whatever, a person which you are. You can have a laptop, you can have your houses. Whenever you are booking, you have buses, you have reservations, you have bank accounts, and so many. So these are the real life entities I'm talking about. Okay. So when you talk about a class, what is a class? Class is something which comes before the object, before the entities. So class is a user defined blueprint, or you can think of it as a prototype, or you can think of it as a template, or simplest is the template or empty form kind of a thing, and that will be used to instantiate the object, to create the objects. So this could be, like I said, if you're totally not from a object, I mean you don't know anything about it. So the typical analogy, you open any good object oriented book and they will give you, you know, suppose you have a piece of land and you want to build a house. So what do? You are not, I mean, you are not in the profession. So you contact an architect. So architect has all the idea about the rules and the how, I mean, where should it be? Is there any blue line? I mean, water areas nearby and all that. So he will construct, he or she will give you what he'll give. They will not give you the house, but they will give you a blueprint, literally a blueprint. So when you get a blueprint, have you got your house erected? Of course not. It is just on a piece of paper. So that is what is the class for you. Okay, just a skeleton, just a template. But from the same blueprint, you contact or your architect contacts developers, builder, or some such entities. And then at the end of the day means end of whatever, your house is erected, your house is created. But from the same blueprint, if your neighbor, if your friend, if your cousin, if your sister likes it so much, can you build another house from the same blueprint? Of course, yes. So that is the analogy part. So think of it as a literal blueprint as a class, and with a class, multiple instances, multiple objects can be created. So when you talk about a class, class represents all the common properties. Properties are nothing but the attributes. Attributes are nothing but the non-static data members, which are nothing but defining the state. And also this is the data part. And then we talk about the actions. Actions which you can perform in the data via Java methods, via methods. So when you talk about class, class encapsulates, class holds all the properties, that is all the data part, and the methods, which is the action, which are common to all the objects, all the instances of the same type. So this is just to give you, when I talk about class, when I talk about object. So what is it you will have to start with? Will you start with a class or will you start with an object? Obvious question, dumb question, but still I'm asking. What will you start with? Of course, a class definition, right? So that is where, that is where the class declaration begins. So now read about this, and then of course you'll create the objects instances. So here, whenever you talk about a class, these are the things which will be included in the class declaration. Some of them you'll understand immediately, some of them over a time, but read. So let me start explaining line by line. So first thing which you start declaring is the access specifiers. There are 4 access specifiers in Java: private, default, protected, and public. But class can have only, I'm talking about outer classes. We have not yet gone to nested classes. Nested classes I'll speak differently. So it can be public or it can be default. Next one. This is the norm and a convention, standard programming convention. Please follow it to the T. So it should start with a capital letter uppercase and follow camel casing. Now, this is the part which I will start maybe tomorrow, inheritance. Okay. But everyone knows you may not be knowing the inheritance from object-oriented programming principles, but you know inheritance. A child inherits from a parent. Okay. So like how we have inheritance in real world and you have ancestors, you inherit ancestral property and all that, right? So or assets or whatever, or liabilities. So the point is basically it is the Java also supports this inheritance. So name of the class, name of the parent class. So here parent class is called as super class in Java, and there is a keyword which will bind the parent class to a child class. So that keyword is extends. So this is today you're not going to understand, but when I say class declaration, I have to give the full information. Okay. So when we take into when I take inheritance, you will know more. So what is the child class called? In Java is a subclass, and the parent class is called as the superclass. Okay. So if there are any superclasses, if there are any parent classes, parent class rather, we will use the keyword extends when I take you there tomorrow. But this part, just keep it somewhere background in the background of your mind. Java follows single root inheritance hierarchy. Sounds complex, sounds fancy. What it means is all Java classes implicitly are derived from a common universal superclass whose name is java.lang.object. But more on inheritance, of course, later. Now, in Java, you will see when I take you to inheritance tomorrow, Java doesn't support multiple inheritance. Means you cannot extend. Unlike C++, C++ supports. Unlike C++, Java doesn't support multiple inheritance. But in real life, you may be inheriting the behavior from multiple types. So this was a bad example. So let me give a better example. So you'll understand at least. I mean, what you don't know what is runnable, what is comparable. So it's a this thing clear me. So here, can I say employee? Listen to this. You just have to say yes or no. Can I say employee is a person? You just have to say Boolean yes or no. When I define the employee in the organization, of course it is a person. Okay, so that is your is a relationship. More on the relationships and all tomorrow, because tomorrow is inheritance, beginning of inheritance. So employee is a person. Fine, of course, great, agreed. But my employee could be an artist also, because she has artistic skills, a good sketcher or good whatever, painter or whatever, and she may be proficient in a particular play. I mean, sportsman, right? So this is not possible with a, what do you say, class type of inheritance. So they have given you another feature called as interfaces. So whenever I come to interfaces, day 4 somewhere, day 3, not day 3, day 4 definitely, sometime day 4, day 5. So that time I'll tell you that a class can extend from only one superclass, but it can implement the behavior from multiple interfaces. And that time you'll see the keyword for class to class relationship is extends, and for implementing behavior it is implements. Today you ignore point 3, point 4 because I have not yet explained that. So I just told you to give you some idea of what is going to happen next. Next means not today, later. Then comes the body of the class, which is basically nothing but a pair of curly braces. Now we are stepping inside the class. This was only the class declaration. I hope you understand declaration and definition. So now I'm talking about the class definition. So what all you are going to add, what all can exist within a class is, okay, I should have written this first, because in object-oriented programming paradigm, everything starts with the data. So when you talk about a person, what is it? How do you visualize a person? Person with a name, first name, last name, middle name, something. Maybe a gender, maybe person has an address, person has an email ID or age or whatever, right? So you first think about the data members. So fields, the fields in the class are variables that provides the state of the class. And of course, that is nothing but the state of the object. So these will be what? These will be your non-static data members. Static data members will cover later. So non-static data members, which you define within a class, is nothing but the state. And that state is nothing but the state of the object. And here, when I talk about encapsulation, we always recommend, we means object-oriented principles, for tight encapsulation, hide the data members. So if I want to hide the data members, if I don't want the outside code to access the data members, which is the access specifier you'll use? Yes, tell me. I've not yet come to the object, by the way, Shubhangi. So let me talk about it. I mean, person type of objects. So you are a person, I am a person, that way. Okay, but anyway, I'll come to object in a minute. So the point is private was the answer to earlier question. So private members will supply tight encapsulation. Anyway, so that is what will come. Now you will see there is something. I think you have done the constructors earlier. I'm not sure. Anyway, I'll discuss it from scratch. So then we will end up writing a special type of a method which is called as a constructor. So constructors are typically used for initializing the state of the new objects. So let me come to this constructor part and I'll show you how. And in addition to that, you will have a proper business logic, actions which you can perform on that data, on those data members. And that is nothing but the method which defines the behavior of the class. And of course, the same behavior is shared between all its instances. So as an example, when you have an example, you understand it better. So your own example, student, employee. If you design flight reservation system, you have got flights. Anytime you are doing any accounting, you have purchase orders, you have shape, you have bank account, so many real life entities, and those are nothing but classes. So like Shubhangi was asking, what is it by an object of one type? So I can have, you are so many students, 250 plus somewhere. So, but all of you are students. So if I say, if I want to represent your information, what is it I'll do? I will create a class student. I will add the data members. I will define certain behavior. And whenever a particular student takes admission to my course, at that time, student class instance will be created, the object of the student type. Next day, some other student wants to take admission. The data which represent that particular student will be added in the system. That is what I mean by objects of multiple objects of the same type, same class. Now go ahead with the object. And like I said, I have not talked about object yet. Read this, please. So let me start explaining. Actually, it is all clear, but it is another core unit of object-oriented programming. And as said before, it is a real-life entity. So in a typical Java program, typical Java application, you will be creating multiple objects and multiple different objects interact with each other by invoking the methods, invoking the behavior. So what are the three integral parts of the object? Object has a state, object has a behavior, and object has an identity. Okay, so what is state? State is nothing but the attributes, non-static data members, which are nothing but instance variables called as, or the properties or attributes is the state of the object. So tell me quickly, where is the state of the object stored? You have three choices: SHM, stack, heap, or method area. Simple harmonic motion. Tell me. Of course, on the heap. It is the state part of the object which is stored on the, when the object is created dynamically, the state part, the memory is allocated to store the instance variable. Behavior is nothing but the actions which you can take on that particular data. So behavior is nothing but the methods. So where is this behavior loaded? Stack, heap, or method area? Method area. It is part of the bytecode. The loaded bytecodes. The bytecodes are loaded in the method area meta space. So that is where the behavior is loaded. Along with that, static members get loaded. And then you have, in most of the cases, not always, but in most of the cases, a unique ID can be given to the object. For example, employee has an ID. Student, you have PRN numbers. If I'm maintaining some inventory and all that, so I will have invoices, invoice number, purchase order numbers, product IDs and all that. So all this. So when you talk about object, you have these three things. Next one. Now we are talking about uh, how to create an object. Read that. So you know class, you know object. Now I'm talking about object creation. So let me start explaining line by line. So if you want to create an object, let me ask you, you have been creating scanner class instance for so many days. So which is the keyword, which is the operator you use for that is new keyword. You have created array of primitive types. Arrays are nothing but objects in Java. So how do you create array in Java? For example, if I say integer, yesterday I had given you double array assignment. So double array, doubles or numbers or whatever, new is equal to new double array, whatever size. So new operator instantiates the class by allocating memory for the new object in a heap naturally. And what does that new operator do? New operator is a memory allocation operator. It returns the address. It returns the reference to that memory. So whenever you say new, whenever you assign it to the LHS, what you are getting here is the address. And what is the address type of a address storing variable? Is it primitive type or is it a reference type? A P or R? Of course, reference type. So when you say scanner SC is equal to new scanner system.in, the right hand side new scanner is creating a scanner type of object, and where that scanner object is memory allocated in the heap, that address, that reference is returned to the caller, and that makes SC as a reference type of a variable. And that is nothing but a class. Scanner is a class. So we will end up calling it as a class type of a reference. I'm saying things a little bit ahead of time, but you should, always use, think of a code also. So coming back to the point, new is the memory allocation operator, returns the reference, returns the address of the object created on the heap. And in addition to that, new operator also invokes the constructor of a class. Okay, so that brings us to the next question. What is a constructor? So this is your constructor. So constructor is just a special function, special method, and there are rules. What are the rules? The name of the constructor has to be the same as the class name. So for example, if I write employee class, what will be the name of the constructor? Employee. Okay, so name has to be same as the class name, point number one. Will it have any explicit return type? Because see, methods have either void or non-void return types. Constructor being a special method does not have an explicit return type, but implicitly it returns the same type as the class. There is something called as a this pointer, this reference and all. Let me go a little ahead and I'll tell you. But currently just remember, there is no explicit return type. There is an implicit return type though. Next one. Can I have a constructor which is parameterized? Answer is yes. Can I have a parameterless, argumentless constructor? Answer is yes. Both can exist. Okay. So now, when you write a class, is it compulsory for you? Or okay, let me say this way. If you don't add a constructor when you write a class, what will you have? Will you get a compiler error? Answer is no compiler error, because Java compiler, see, read this. I'll come to this line in a minute. If the class, read this. If the class does not explicitly define any constructor, Java compiler will automatically provide a no-args constructor, which is called as typically a default constructor. When you don't supply a constructor, default argumentless constructor will be supplied. But what will the default argumentless constructor do? It will initialize the state of your object to its default values. Okay, so let us talk in example. Suppose I talk class employee, and employee has ID, name, and salary. The data type of ID is integer, int to be precise, int integer is the same. So anyone wants to tell me what is the default value of integer? Quickly. 0. So ID will be assigned 0. Name is a string. String is a reference type of variable which I have yet to cover, and the default value for reference type is null. Uppercase null does not exist. Somebody was asking me yesterday, uppercase true. So there's no keyword like uppercase null. It is all lowercase null. So the name you will assign to the employee will be null. And salary is double. So which will be the value of the salary double? 0.0. So the point is, the default constructor can only initialize, it doesn't take any arguments. So typically, if you don't write any code, this is compiler supplied, it initializes to all default values. So now, why you require a parameterized constructor? You want to initialize as per requirement. I want to give, this is the employee ID, this is the employee name, this is the employee salary and department ID and whatever. Okay, so we use parameterized constructors to initialize the state of the object. And later you will see, if you are in a subclass means a child class, a child cannot exist without a parent, obvious. Okay, so you will see that default constructor will implicitly call something called as superclasses default constructor. Leave it aside, don't bring it now here, because it is dealing with inheritance. So what I have talked about little bit is class, object, and a constructor. And this information is sufficient to get us started. We have not done any hands-on since morning. Let's do that. So, just a minute. Here. So immediately you have to showcase, you have to understand whatever we were talking about. So here, when you talk about encapsulation, by the way, I have written here. Okay. So here I've talked about, at least actually, this much you should read before I ask you, before we start writing an example. Please read this. Otherwise, you won't know what encapsulation I'm talking about. So let me start explaining line by line. You know the word encapsulation, like think of it as a wrapper. Okay. So encapsulation is nothing but wrapping up of, bundling together data and the actions which work on the data in a singular unit. And the basic unit of encapsulation in any object-oriented language is what? A class. It is the class structure which binds together, which, glues together, which holds together your data and the actions. So it is the glue, it is the mechanism which binds together code and the data, which works on that particular, data and the actions. So you can think of it as a protective shield, which will stop the external access, unwanted access, undesirable access. In short, if you make the members means it could be a data member, it could be a method member. So member is general, both. So if you make the members private, what will happen is no code outside the class will be able to access it. But think seriously. Think a little bit. If I make all my data members and all my methods as private, will this class be a useful class or a useless class? If I make all the data members and all the actions inside private, it is completely useless. Nobody can use it. So we don't do this way exactly. So what we do is we typically go for tight encapsulation. So what is the meaning of that tight encapsulation? It is typically the data members. Data is the heart of object-oriented programming. Data is so important today. You are aware of all this. So it is the data that has to be protected, that has to be shielded. So in a tight encapsulation, you can read the rest of the things. We will focus on data hiding. But in order to make your class useful to others, to the third-party code or to the external code or whatever, we will declare the data members in the class as private, and you will add the methods. You can add the public methods, which can be your getters for getting the data value, setters for setting the data value, and you can write the business logic functionalities, which are also public enough, which can be accessed outside the class. Okay, so this is the core concept. The first concept you are learning today is encapsulation, which bundles together, which wraps together tightly data and the code working on working with the data together. So this is what we are going to, yeah, tight coupling between, exactly, tight coupling between the data and the actions which work on the data. So that is what we are going to, this was all the theory. So now you can go by what are the advantages, summary, everything on your own. You can read that. But now I don't want to delay the writing part or the developing part. Otherwise, it gets very boring, very theoretical. Half of you could be already half asleep. So now let us apply to a simple example. I start with a standard simple example all the time. So we are talking about encapsulation. We are dealing with class programming. And here we have already talked about class, its object, its state, and the behavior. So now I'm giving you the objective. I'm discussing objective. Objective means what is to be done. And then of course we will decide how it is to be implemented. So here is the objective. Read this much. So here we are going to create a encapsulator or a wrapper to represent a three-dimensional box. When I say three-dimensional box, what is it you visualize? A 3D box will have width, height, and the depth. Okay. And I'm giving you the rules. I'm wanting the tight encapsulation. You know how we achieve it. So this will be the state. You can't think about directly the actions. You have to think about data first. And I'm giving you one more input. They should be all double. And why I'm saying private? Because I already told you tight encapsulation. So I hope you can visualize the beginning of the class. Next one. Now, when I talk about, if I just write class box and add these data members, if I don't write a constructor, who will supply the argumentless constructor? Java compiler. But if I go ahead with that, what will be the values assigned to this will be typically, because I'm not taking any arguments, it's an argumentless constructor. Typically, it will be all 0.0s, default value of double. That is why we will add our own parameterized constructor. So how many arguments we will require for that? 3 arguments. So we'll take it from the user by attaching scanner and all later. Currently focus on box related functionality. Simple, all simple things. So 3 argumented constructor we will add, and that is where we will initialize the state of the box. You got that? So let us write this much, and then I get a chance to show you more. So something else I was going to say. Okay, let's start with that. So here today also I'm not in IDE. People, yesterday I was sitting with one of the labs and one of you were putting all the things in the same folder. I've told you don't do that. Create SRC and bin device. So if you are doing it parallelly with me, create the folder as day 2 lab or day 2 practice or something. I'm going to name it as day 2. So let's go faster over the stuff you already know. And what are the 2 subfolders we are going to create here? Which is what your IDE also does, but transparent to us automatically. So here is the SRC and bin folder. Names can be anything. I can call it as my SRC, my bin. How does it matter? Why I'm using SRC and bin? These are the names Eclipse IDE also gives. That's the norm. So now let me open this and start writing something. So here, now we are starting with the first unit of encapsulation. Let me call it as box.java. It is what is going to represent your 3-dimensional box. So start. What are the 2 access specifiers? Either public or default. Let me keep, I'm not yet into packages. Packages will do it in the second half. So here, let's start with class box. And let us first define the state. What is state? Non-static data members. And these are nothing but called as instance variables, where they will be memory allocated on heap. When they will be coming into picture? After you create the instance of this box. Okay, that way. It doesn't come at the class loading time. So next, now, unlike if you are from a C++, we have a private block there. Here we don't have a private block. You just directly define private and start with the members. So you can have on one line, you can have it on 3 lines. So I'm doing it in one line. Private double, width, depth, and the height. Okay, so this is what defines the state of my box. If I don't, if there is no compiler error, you can compile and confirm. Otherwise, this also shows, because here the parameterless, argumentless constructor is supplied. But guys, the moment you supply your own parameterized constructor, compiler will not give you the default constructor. So here, add, I'm writing everything in comments, so please revise in the first half an hour or whenever you go to the labs. First, do some revision, go through the code samples, and based on that, only that particular readme you just open. Don't waste your lab time in going through all the readmes. For that, you have evenings and the extra time. But here, go through code samples. So add a parameterized constructor to initialize state of a box. Okay, so what is the rule of a constructor? What should be the name of the constructor? Same as the class. And here, how many arguments are you going to require? Tell me. 0, 1, 2, 3. I want to initialize the complete state. I forgot the word. I want to initialize complete state of the box. So of course, you're going to require three constructor arguments. So I'm saying something. I have a point everywhere. When I say write something, I have a point, double T, and typically I say double height. Okay. And so I have a point here naturally. So tell me, what should I do? So start by initializing width. So should I say W equal to width or width equal to W? Obviously, because sometimes I get this answer. So of course it is width, which is what you are initializing. So which is your method argument? W. It is your method local variable. And which is what is width? It's an instance variable. So you are initializing this. Next one. What is the next thing we are having? Depth. Simple enough. Depth equal to D. And now if I write height equal to height, okay, you just think about what will happen. I'll just be back in half a minute, half a second. I'm so sorry for this. Okay, so I'm back. So tell me, I got some answers. So here, ambiguity, exactly. So, okay, let me ask you in my own manner. Will you have a compiler error? Will it give you compiler error? Answer is no. Will you get any runtime error? No. So answer the next question, please. If user orders a box with the dimensions of width 10 units, depth 20, and height 30, what will be the actual values to our box will be? Width will be 10.0, 20.0, but this will be 0.0. Because here, when you say height, what is it? It tells you it is no effect. So when I say height, which height are we referring to? Your two choices. Is it a method local variable as a method argument, or is it an instance variable you are talking about? L for method local, I for instance. It is a method local variable. So when you have the same name, whose same name? Method local variable having the same name as an instance variable, which is a norm, you have a keyword to unhide. So what is it I'm talking about? I want to unhide the instance variable from method local variable, and that keyword is this. So first read about it and then we'll use it. Okay. So here, actually I said revise, but okay, I'm starting because sometimes, people come to me from C++. So then they know this keyword already. So understand this keyword. So here when I say this implies, this has a special meaning. So this implies current object reference. Invoker or your current object reference. More on it after I draw the memory pictures. But look at this, the first usage of this. The usage of this is to unhide, to resolve this ambiguity, the instance variables from method local variables. So every time do you need to use this keyword? Absolutely not. Only when the method local variable name and the instance variable name is the same. For example, you are assigning a name and you have got name as a local variable and instance variable. You will have to unhide it. So that is the first usage. The second usage we will talk about separately. So come back to the code and here tell me now clearly what is LHS and what is RHS. So tell me, when I say this dot height, it means current boxes height. So am I talking about instance variable or method local variable? I or L? Of course, instance variable. And when you talk about height, what is it we are talking about is method local variable. So later when you talk about IDs and all, they always have the norm. They give the same name, member name as this. So that is where this keyword is used. Let me ask you a question. When I say this dot width equal to W, compiler error? Absolutely not. But is using this keyword required here? Absolutely not. Why? Because width name is different, W is different. So if the variable names are different, why do you require? But implicitly, the invoker object reference with any instance variable, this pointer or this reference is associated. So it is in fact this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. So since I don't require it, I'll not trouble you with this. So this is nothing but the invoker or the current object reference. And one of the usage of it is, I'll write it here, to unhide. What from what? Instance variable. From what? Method local variable or method argument. You use this. Now go ahead with the, I hope people are clear. So next one. Now I am going in a very basic manner, not making any assumptions because I really don't know how much you know. Next one is, let's go ahead. So we are data part and the initialization part is done. Let me open that sequence here. Now I want to add the business logic. Read this and we will write it together. Okay. So instance methods we are adding for supplying business logic. Okay. So this is the main thing hereafter called as BL. Okay. So now, which is the simple business logic first day today? I mean, class programming first day. So here, this is what I want. I want you to write a method. The instance, see, it is called as instance method because it will work on a particular instance of the box. Okay. Later, I'll talk about static methods also, which are not bound, which are not associated with any instance. So coming back, when you say this, a method consists of two things. What does it consist of? Method declaration and method definition. So when I say method declaration, it tells you what is to be done. It tells you the specification specs. So when I say that, what I mean by that is you have to add the identifier, access specifier, access modifier, which can be any of it. If you don't add anything, it is package private. It will have a return type, the name of the method, and the argument list. And method definition is what is to be done. How a particular business logic has to be performed. The implementation will be part of here. So now enough theoretical talk. Can anyone tell me what should be the declaration of this method? Right now, don't tell me public. Let us keep everything in the same package, same folder. So anyone wants to tell me. So what will be here? So no access modifier. Anyone wants to tell me what will be the return type? Give me the method declaration fast. Type something. What will be the return type? I've given you the answer. Answer is
Double.
you are not listening. First of all, stop unmuting yourself, guys. Type it out. That much one word you can always type. Answer. Why are you not reading? I said return the box details in the string form. So how can you say double? Wrong answer. That was string. The method name should be always self-explanatory. So let me say get box details. Are you getting it? And most important thing is how many arguments I should pass. Tell me. 0, 1, 2, 3 is the choice. How many arguments should I pass? Answer is C. I already got the answer 3. It's completely wrong answer. Guys, that means you still not got the fact. This is an instance method. It is going to operate on the current box instance. And where we are going to write this method, within the box class or outside the box class, it is tightly coupled, action on the data. This is what is understanding. So you don't require a single argument because it will be operating on this dot width, current box's width, this dot height, this dot depth. And how do I put it all together in a string form? You know, anything concatenated to a string is a string. So we'll start with some header, box details, box dimensions, and we will add that. Okay, so let us write this. I'll take this as a comment. Okay, to return the box details in the string form, let's start. So what do we start with from? The access modifier, let it be default, no modifier. Return type, I hope you understood. Somebody gave me a wrong answer. String. I want to concatenate everything together. I don't want getters. I want a one method. So something, get box details. I hope you are understanding the norms. The norms are start with a lowercase and then use camel casing here. So that is method declaration over. Now I'll say return. And as I told you, anything integer, double, float concatenated to a string, resulting type is a string. So here I'll say box dimensions. And here you can be more elaborate. You can say depth is equal to this, width equal to this. I'm just appending width, uh, white space as a delimiter, this thing. And then I will say depth and height. Are we clear so far? Is everyone clear? Because you are telling me, some of you were telling me 3 and all. So are they clear? So let me ask you, just when I open your Zoom chat, it hangs. Anyway, so when I say width, whose width we are talking about? Current box's width. So which is the keyword which is sitting implicitly here? This dot width. This means the current invoker object, current box's width, current box's depth, and current box's height. And guys, we are into the same class, tight encapsulation. So of course, private members are accessible within the same class. So this is how it works. If you are wondering why she's not writing here, I just made my point. It is nothing but this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. Okay, so that was the first one. Now solve the easy one, and then we'll go to something really interesting. So anyway, you know how to compute the volume of any three-dimensional box. It's like a cuboid, width into depth into height. So I'll just take this. You give me the code. Participate always. So give me what it should be the method declaration. What should be the access modifier that I'm giving you default. Return type, please. What will be the return type? Now, earlier somebody's answer double is correct because product of three doubles, anything double is double. And let's say get, what is that? Box volume. How many arguments, please? 0, 1, 2, 3. I hope everyone has realized 0 because this method can access this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. So I can directly say return. I don't have to say this. It is implicitly available. So I can simply multiply. Business logic, I'm keeping all simple today because the focus is on encapsulation. And that's it. Are we 100% clear so far? Nobody feeling lost and all? Okay, great. What is more interesting? This is interesting. This is mild interesting. This is not so much interesting. But what is more interesting is writing a tester. Writing actually a test case for this is always more interesting. So please read that. I have talked about this keyword. Now read this and we'll talk about it. Okay. So I've asked you to read about it. It's just 2 lines, 3 lines. So you must have finished. I have a question for you. Here we have got a box class. So tell me, technically speaking, can I add a main function? Can I add a main method in the box class? It's a Boolean question, yes or no. Can I add a main method in the box class? 100% yes. In any class, you can add a main method. But guys, it is against the object-oriented principles. The cohesion part says, cohesion says, let box class only worry about box related features and user interaction, taking the order from the user that how many boxes you want, what are the box dimensions. That is a typical UI and that should be separated in a separate class. So don't mix too many functionalities together. Let us go with a separation. So I'll repeat the last statement again. I said, legally speaking, technically speaking, I can add a main function here, main method here. Nothing stops me from doing it. No compiler error. But it is mixing of concerns. Concerns means task, responsibilities, and all that. So I don't want to mix up box related functionality with a test case. What I'm writing is a test case basically. So that test case will have a user interaction. So why mix it up? So I'm writing a separate class and we will definitely make use of its volume should be Prachi. Okay, I have a question. So going back to Prachi. This one, Prachi, when you say width, it is implicitly this dot width into this dot height into this dot depth. I said this is, don't go by, okay, I think people are confused. Let me say this loud and clear. When you say width, what is it? It is the current width. So once again, I'm saying this keyword is added implicitly while referring to instance variables. Okay. So Prachi, I'm talking to you. So what does this mean? It is nothing but this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. And likewise, here also it is, you're multiplying this dot width into this dot depth, this dot height. I hope I'm clear. Okay, so that was it. Yeah, so I was in the test case and I was talking about, yeah, what will be the relationship? I'll be writing a test box, a test case, tester. So what will be the relationship between tester and I mean test box and a box? So there are three relationships. There are three relationships between the objects. One is a, one is uses a, and one is has a. Okay. So when you say, you're wrong, this one, Shanur. When you say has a, are you going to say test box class? You are going to add the reference of a box here? Absolutely not. Test box is going to use a box. Okay. So I'll give you the example of a has a relationship. This is your classic has a relationship in front of you. Give me a second. When I look at the chat, the whole thing, goes off. Anyway, give me a second here. It's waiting. Yeah. So can I say this one? Shanur, I guess. Wait a second. Huh? Can I say, guys, box has a width, has a depth, has a height? Yes. So that is your has a relationship. Something called as association, which we will deal with separately. But when I say test box doesn't have a box. It is going to use a box. So we are talking about a uses a relationship. So let me not just sound theoretical. Let's create. Currently, I'm in the same package, same folder. So here, let's create a test box dot Java. And since just a minute, I don't require any public this. So it is going to use the UI. It is going to talk to user. So which is the class we will need? Which is the classes we will need to import is of course scanner. Everything starts with a prompting and all that. So import java.util.scanner. So here, when the class loader comes to this line, import java.util.scanner, is your JVM's class loader going to load this class in the method area? Absolutely not. It is lazy loading. When you start making use of the scanner, at that time it will get loaded. Somebody was not clear. Lazy versus eager. That is what it is. Now let me add a main method. And here, I'll write in this thing, comments. You give me the output. I will write in English. You will translate it in Java. So here, create a scanner and here close it as always. This part is very easy. So I'm not bothering. I'm not asking you. I'm writing. System.in. And now let us say sc.close. Okay, so this part is standard, nothing fancy, nothing new, I mean. Now here, everything is going to be user driven. I want to take the inputs from the user. So let's imagine you are in the business of making boxes. Okay, so user comes to you and says, I want to create, today we'll start with one box, at least in the beginning. So I want to make a box. So what will be the input? What will be the prompt? What is it you will require from the user? Tell me. What is it you'll require? Width, depth, and height. Precisely, Vipin. So let me continue. I had opened this. So here, SOP, I'll ask user, enter box dimensions. Correct? And but user doesn't know in which sequence you have got it. So help the user. We are accepting width, depth, and height. So you can write it in full forms, width, depth, and height. Everyone is clear? So this is the test. This is the test case. This is nothing but a test case, of course, with a user. So now I'm going to write it in particular manner because I need the 100% clarity. I'm writing it in 2 lines to make certain things clear. So start answering, please. When I say box B1, what is B1? I'll give you choices always to make your life easy. Is it a primitive type of a variable or is it a reference type, P or R? Of course, it is a reference type of a variable. Everyone under reference type of variable. Now, but reference types has 3 subcategories. So tell me, is it a class type of a reference? What is it? Array type of reference, C, A or I for interface. It's a class type of reference. What does it mean? It means that this particular B1 reference can only refer to what? Box type of object. Okay. Now the further question. Class type of reference implies that it can refer only to box type of objects. Okay. Now the important question. When this particular line is executed, listen to the question. Don't be in a hurry. If this line is executed, how many objects are created on the heap? I said how many. I want the number. How many objects will get created in the heap? Again, my chat is like, tell me. 0 is a Devendra is answered correctly. Anand also. I mean, so many. Somebody said 1, but that I did not catch the name. Correct answer is 0. Guys, the object creation has not yet happened. If you are coming to me from C++, in C++ we have box B1, a local object gets created. In Java, only the reference type of variable is created, and here no objects are I mean are created. So then you should ask me, then what is happening? So can you tell me where the memory allocation is happening for this B1? It is happening on stack, heap, or method area. So tell me, it's a method local variable. So in the middle of night kind of a thing, you should not have any doubt, any ambiguity. Of course, it is memory allocated. Whatever you declare within a method is method local variable. So it is method local variable, memory allocated on the stack. How many bytes? See, I'm going to all details so that there is no ambiguity. How many bytes are memory allocated to store a reference type of variable? Again, the answer is it is as per the JVM specification. So as per JVM specs. So it could be 4, 8 or 16. So if it is a 32-bit JVM, it could be just storing 4 bytes. For 64-bit, it could be 8 bytes and likewise. Okay. So as per the JVM specifications, either 4, 8 or 16 bytes are memory allocated on the stack. But how many objects are created? Answer is none. All you have created is a reference type of variable which can refer in future only to box type of objects. So again, tell me, what is B1? Is it a reference or is it an object, R or O? You have to be very clear of all this in Java. Of course, it is a reference. Nothing, no object creation has happened yet. That is the reason I write it in 2 lines, Next one. So irritating, this box, this Zoom chat. Anyway, so this is done now. How many bytes are memory allocated where is all answered. Now, let us say that user has entered width, depth and height. So now I want to create a box type of object. So which is the keyword to create a new object? Answer is new. Everyone understands that? Now, after that what comes, but new operator can also call the constructor. You have that scanner and all that in front of you. So here I'm calling the box constructor. But the moment you add your own parameterized constructor, the default constructor is taken off. So which is the only constructor I have? 0 argument constructor, 3 argument constructor, both or neither. Answer is only I have got 3 argument parameterized constructor. See guys, I'm going super slow over this. So everyone with background or without any background should survive. And now everyone knows what is the data type of the argument? Double. How do you read off the double from the scanner's buffer? I'm not checking here type. So don't think in has next double. Just read off the data, which is a method guys. SC dot next double. It's pretty simple. The width is red. Next token is red. Passed and red. Next double. And SC dot next double. You got that? So this is where you are reading 3 double values. I mean, converting from token to double and all that. And this is completing the RHS. So now let me ask you, what is this RHS? Reference or object? R or O? Of course, it is an object. But guys, object cannot be created without its blueprint. So before this object creation can happen, what has to be loaded in the method area? The blueprint. And what is the blueprint? Box class. So now you'll start realizing when I say lazy loading, has your box class got loaded at this point? Absolutely no. It is just a reference type of a variable just created in the stack. But when you create the first instance, I said first instance, of course, the box class information gets loaded in the method area and the box instance is created on the heap. In 2 minutes, we'll draw the memory picture and everything will be clear. Now the last part, when I say new, what does a new operator return? A reference. It holds the address. And which is the reference type of variable I already have? B1. So I can directly assign, I can easily assign B1 here. And got something wrong. What is scribbling? Is undefined. Wait a second. Oh, look at this. It got, while I was talking to you, I imported by mistake. It was saying wrong constructor and also I was worried. So coming back to the point, this RHS is the box type of object. New operator returns the reference to the created object and that I'm assigning it to B1. So when we draw the memory picture, you will see B1 stores the address, the reference of the newly created box on the heap. So after this, what is our requirement? The requirement was user said, I wanted to create a box. Now show me the dimensions and show me the computed volume. Are you understanding it? So how do I show? Show means print. So sys out. And how do I show the box dimensions? So the question, can I access from here B1 dot width? Tell me, yes or no? Of course not. Why? Because data hiding, tight encapsulation, private data member. So this is out of question. But is there any other way I can access the dimensions? Of course, yes. We have given a getter, and not a getter exactly. We have written a business logic functionality to get all the box details. So which is the separator? Here the separator is dot, and then you call the method b1 dot get box details. So the traversal, the flow and all will be clear with a memory diagram. So now when you say b1, when you are calling the method on B1, where the control will go? The control will go to this method. And like I was answering Prachi, I was telling her that this is this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. So now tell me guys, what is this currently? This is nothing but B1, current invoker object reference. So what is B1 dot width? Whatever user has given, whatever may be the B1 dot depth, B1 dot height, it will work on this data and give you the results. If you're lost slightly here, wait for memory picture, everything will be clear. So this is how I access the dimensions. And then I just wanted to display the volume also. So here I'm saying box volume. And in the same manner, I can concatenate anything to a string and result will be the string. So what should I do here? Do I have any method which has a compute volume? Answer is yes. And here we have written something, get box volume or some such thing. So let me add that, get box volume. And as you can see, there are no, you will see there are no compiler errors and all of that. So I'll just give you a quick recap. Actual memory pictures looks like we'll draw after the break. So here, 0 objects are created here. The memory allocation is done only for storing one box type of reference variable. Here, the object creation is happening on the right-hand side. But since it is the first object, box class has not been loaded. So first the box class will get loaded in the method area, and then its object will be created in the heap. And the new operator returns the reference. So now when I say b1.getBoxDetails, what is this? This means current object reference will be replaced by what? Invoker. So b1 becomes this here, and then the dimensions will be taken as b1.width, b1.depth, b1.height. And likewise, here also, you will be operating on the current copy of the dimensions and multiplying it and returning it to the column. So this is about writing two classes. I'm just going to take this and compile and confirm whether it is working. So where do you compile it from? Where should I compile it from? SRC or bin? Simple question actually. Of course, SRC. The next question. What should I compile? Now you see there are two classes. One is box, one is test box. Which one should I compile? Answer that. Of course, it is only to be compiled test box. Your Java compiler understands the dependencies. Test box is dependent on the box. Okay, so it will compile it. So I'm sure everyone is now familiar with it. Those who are working in single folders, stop doing it right away. Create two folders and separate .java from .class. So here I've got a bin folder. I just tabbed it. And what is it we have? Test box. Okay. So automatically when the control comes to that box B1 and all that, it will compile box.java into box.class. If there are any errors, we will debug. Debug is in remove. So there are no compiler errors. Still, I have not shown you the class path and all. So you'll have to go to the actual folder where the dot classes are, where the package class, where the classes are. And how do I launch it? Everyone knows the answer. Java followed by box, I should say, or should I say Java followed by test box? BRT, of course, a test box, right? So here, test box. Nothing great. What is great about this application is the memory picture and how the classes are interacting with each other. So I'm just giving something, because it's a double I can give. And as you can see easily, can you see this? Are the box dimensions correctly initialized via the constructor? Yes. Are they getting returned by the, what is it? The proper that get box dimensions method? Answer is yes again. And this is nothing but your computed value. And if you give it on something, it is all parameterized, user driven. You can see that. So this is your first look at classes, objects, and encapsulation. So after the break, when we resume, come back with some writing material. And this is, I'm making it compulsory. It is, of course, up to you. So you should draw. So what is it we are going to do after we resume? I'm going to take this code, put it in pen, and going to show you line by line. When you call this, major lines are here. I'm not going to talk about scanner yet. But when you execute these lines, what is it which happens in the memory to give you the best clarity? So let's have a break and resume afterwards. That will be all. See you after the break. Oh, sorry. Do you have immediate questions? I'm so sorry. Yeah. Does anyone have a question so far? Yogendra is asking, why do I need separate .java, separate class? Fine. If I've got 100 Java, 100 classes, there can be 100 Java, .java and 100 .class. So mix up looks better or separation looks better? Functionally, they are separate. One is a source file, one is a bytecode. So of course, separation sounds better. That is the reason. Anybody else with a question, please? You keep writing if anything, troubles you. And if I'm not looking at your question, please put it somewhere and ask me. Yes, this is the time to ask. 10. Okay, of course, Nikhil. Line number 10 in box or test box, Nikhil? I think you're talking about test box. I don't know. I'm still into
Yes,
Zoom
ma'am.
chat.
Yes.
Test box. Okay. Wait a second. Huh? No, box you are saying? Test box में there is a comment box, I think.
Text box, ma'am. Text box.
Test box
Comment.
में line
That
number 10
comment
is a
part.
comment. Okay,
Yeah.
that comment is not clear.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
what I'll suggest this one is, I'll say this, but you will have a better comfort when we draw the memory picture. But let me say the things which I said. When you say box B1, unlike in C++, I don't know whether you have a C++ background. Unlike in C++, there is zero object created. Because unless until you say new, you explicitly tell the container, of course, JVM, to create a new box. It is not going to create any object. So then what is happening here? It is just a address. It is just a reference type of variable which gets created. And where this will get created? So tell me, is it a method local variable which you have declared in the main? Yes. So where are all method local variables created, memory allocated? On the stack. But if you're still not clear, let us hold all these questions to later when I start drawing. And when we complete the memory drawing, if you're still lost, if you're still unclear, tell me. Because with memory pictures, everything becomes clear generally. Okay, any more questions? I can write B1, B2, B3. For WDH, no. I mean, Prachi, I don't understand what you said. So write to me, write a code and then ask me. I can write box B1. Yes, you can write, but you are mixing up width, depth, and height. Width, depth, and height. Prachi. So you can say box space B1, comma B2, comma B3. But here you are mixing up with width, depth, height. So again, I'll tell you what I told Nikhil. Wait for memory pictures and maybe you will be clearer.
Okay.
Okay, so that is it, guys. Whatever other questions, do ask whenever we start drawing the memory pictures. See you after the break. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Yeah, good
Good
morning.
morning, ma'am.
Morning, ma'am.
Uh,
Good morning,
so I
ma'am.
hope, yeah, good morning, very good morning. I hope you have all back with some writing material, or you can open your pen and you can draw along. It is very important for everyone to understand. I'm not saying full-fledged memory diagrams, but the basic memory diagrams has to be done. So before we start drawing the diagrams, anyway, people are just joining me, 192 only. So till the time everyone joins, I'll just recap what we did. So we had created simple, very, very simple functionality. Box with tight encapsulation, guarding, guarding data members with private access specifier, a parameterized constructor to initialize complete state of the box. And as you know the rules, the moment you add any parameterized constructor, any of your own constructor, default constructor is not available. If you want another default constructor, you can of course add. I mean, you will have to explicitly add. It is no longer available by default. And then we have written very basic two business logic methods. One is to fetch the box details, and the other one was to compute and return the box volume. And then we talked about separation of concerns, meaning separation of tasks. So let box focus, concentrate on box related functionality and wrap that. And let the tester, it is like a test case. So let the tester talk to user and take care of user interface. So later you will see tester is the point of integration. When I take you to different layers such as IO, database, collection, etc., we will be building a layered application, and the tester or the point of integration or UI responsible party will be tester. So now we have seen, we have tested the code also. So I want you, I will take this and put it in pen. I want to keep it together. Of course, this will be on the whiteboard and which will be shared. But if you draw along, you definitely understand. You definitely have a better understanding of basics about object creation. And people could be still confused on what sometimes she says C as an I, says reference, sometimes I say object, what is it? So let me remove all the comments because I need space here. But I'm still going to do it in 2 lines because I have a point here and then this much. So I'm not asking you to write this code. I'm just asking you, I'm requesting you to draw the memory picture along with and keep some space here because we're going to write some code here and make it understandable. So leave some space. Now, when I talk in the middle of night kind of a thing, which are the important data areas, which are the runtime memory areas you should be thinking in is, there are three: stack, heap, and a method area. So let's identify. The others are program counter register. It is there for a main thread, of course, but that is not so important. And native method stacks is not in the picture at all because there is no native method I'm calling here. So stack, let's have space for heap, and then you draw the method area as well. Method area is, called as meta space. So this is the first thing. Now let me start. I'm not drawing for scanner. Scanner will come to when you are little more a little more conversant in the whole thing. So now here is the pointer. To point this. So now I'm solving currently this line. So when you say box B1, you tell me, what will you show? Will you show anything in method area, heap, or stack, or all of above, none of above? Answer is, whenever you are creating, everyone understands this is the part of the main method. So guys, B1 is what? Method local variable. So where are method local variables memory allocated? On the stack. So as an output of this line, are you understanding? This is the line I'm executing. Just show a reference type of a variable. What is reference type of a variable? A variable which holds value or address. Of course, the address. So show only this much. This is what is happening on the stack. Here, of course, before this, object class has got loaded, your tester class has loaded, but I want to today keep these things simple. So right now, just show this much. I will, of course, take you more advanced. So this is done. This is the outcome of first line. So how many bytes are allocated and where? Answer to that is either 4, 8 or 16 depending on JVM specification. The bytes are allocated on the stack. How many objects are created by this line? 0, because this is just holding a reference type of a variable. A quick question, and I hope you'll give me a correct answer. Suppose I add a line here. SOP means system.out.println, and if I say B1, can anyone tell me what will happen if I write this? Wrong answer. Wrong answer. Everyone is saying null. Wrong answer. Hexadecimal is wrong. Java, Jamal, this one, Shanur is right. So it is a compile time error. You forgot. Method local variable are by default uninitialized. And anytime you try to access any uninitialized variable, all you get is a compiler error. Okay. So please remember such things. I'm removing it. But if you add SOP, try it out. Best is try it out. Add a system.out.println B1. You don't get null. You don't get any hex address or anything. All you get is compiler error. Trying to access uninitialized variable. Okay, now move on. So now I'm saying it is Java or any language is right associative. So in short, what it means is RHS of the next one will get called. So let me give you some values. Let's say, suppose user gives me the values triplet, width, depth and height as 10, 20, 30 units. I just want to put everything in perspective. Okay, so now please focus on the RHS of this. This is what we are executing. So anyone wants to tell me, as a response to this, what should I show? Should I show something in stack, heap or method area? Start. This is where the object is getting created. But this is the first time object is getting created. Let me see what you are showing. No, you are jumping to heap. You forgot something. What is the blueprint of an object? Which is a blueprint of the object? A class. So is there a class, box class yet loaded in the method area? Of course not. So this is one of the triggers. Triggers means one of the points where the class gets loaded before the first instance. So today I don't want to go too much. And as a Java developer, whatever you require, I'm giving you. So show in the method area box class. When I say box class, this is the bytecode. See, your JVM's class loader comes to this line, looks at the name of the class as box, tries to search for the bytecode file, and this bytecode information, class information, is loaded in the method area. Answer this. How many times you think this box class information will be loaded? I'll give you choices. Once or once per object creation. Answer is exactly once. Next time onwards, what happens? I'll tell you later. I was telling some of you that bidirectional arrows he was asking me. So accordingly. So this is done. Now is the time. Okay, so sorry. So what is loaded here? All your class information, right? So which are the data members? What is the state? What is the constructor code? What is that? The business logic methods, all the dot class file, bytecodes are loaded here. Now, solve this. Now is the time to instance creation. So where are instances kept? Of course, they are kept on the heap. So how will you show this? So here I'm showing you, first time I'm showing you from my side. You must be knowing already. So first slot in the object is always a special pointer called as class type of a pointer. Hereafter referred to as CP. CP is nothing but the class pointer. And anyone can guess what will this class pointer point to? Obviously, this is going to point to loaded box class information. Okay, so every object implicitly maintains a special pointer, which is a class pointer, referring to the loaded class information. Next one. So this is what I have to show when I draw the memory diagram, or you should be knowing. Next one. Internally, the class pointer could be pointing to the pair of handles. It is done in a quite complicated manner, but this much everyone should know. Now tell me. Now the rest of it, will the space be allocated for data members as in state or for methods as in behavior? Of course, the state. And what is that state of the box? Everyone knows. So for clarity, I'm saying. Otherwise, what it is a value type. So what is the value I've given? User has given 10. 10 is an into double automatic. Depth. There is no name such as width equal to, but you will feel lost if I just write 10.0, 20.0, 30.0. So telling you this value, it is a value holding type. So the values are stored here. So 20.0 and then the, what is that, height. So it is 30.0. Okay. So this is your class pointer. This is the only thing which is memory allocated on the heap. And if you want to draw the pointer, this is what is going to refer to your loaded box class information. So this is the outcome of executing the RHS. But now you are saying, okay, let me say this. What does a new operator return? Address of this box, address of the object, which is created dynamically on the heap. And where we are equating it, we are assigning it to B1. Now see, what is B1? B1 is a reference type of a variable which can refer to only box type of object. In simple English, what is it I'm saying? This particular address of this object in the heap is copied into B1. So how will I say this? How will I show this? Nothing, simple. So this B1 starts pointing here. So I don't have to actually draw the direction, but for the first time you are looking at it, maybe. So this is here and this is what it is here. Next time I'll not be drawing the arrows. I mean, you'll know. So this is the complete outcome of line number 2. So I was telling you, the class loader is lazy in nature. So unless and until there is a trigger means need of, actual class loading doesn't happen in the beginning. This is what is the memory picture. So are we clear on line number 1 and line number 2? For the first few days, every time we will be drawing such memory pictures, and the things will become more interesting, more challenging when I take you to data structures such as array list, hash map, because that has a very, very, different and very nice data memory pictures. Coming back. So I think people are clear. Let me see if there is any question. Okay, there's no question. Coming back. Now you trace the flow. Then it becomes interesting. So now I'm solving the next line here. So now my control is, suppose control of execution is on this particular line. So what is it we are doing? Go from inner to outer. So B1 dot get box detail. Start the journey. So we are here, B1. What is B1 holding? Value or address? It is holding the address. I'll show you in a minute by SOPing it, by displaying it. It is holding the address. So from B1, you reach this particular object. Everyone clear? But guys, this getBox details method code, actual byte codes, are they here in the heap or are they there in the method area? Of course, they are in the method area. So that is where this class pointer is used. So from class pointer, you can access, JVM can access the get box details method. So now see this, the control comes to this method, it starts executing the code. Which code it is executing? Get box details. Now allow me to parallelly open this. So the control reaches here. And now what is it we are saying? We are saying here, box dimensions fine. But what is happening here? When I say width, what is it implicitly? This dot width. What is here implicitly? This dot depth, this dot height. Now understand from the memory picture. Tell me, what is the current? This is nothing but a current object reference or the invoker object reference. So what is it pointing to? This is your current object reference. Meaning, the getBox details method will work on which data members? Current boxes data members, which is what? So here, this is nothing but it is going to work on this current copy. And that is how, see the method execution method is here, but it is working on the current copy. Current means this dot width, this dot depth, this dot height. So that is how it is displaying 10, 20, 10.0, 20.0, 30.0. It is returning, putting it in a concatenated string form and returning it to the caller. So when I say this, when I say the method execution and all that, this is all which is happening. And of course, we are printing it with a println. Now you will guide me. So now the control is suppose here, start. So when you say B1 dot get box value, we are here B1. So from the address stored in B1, it's a reference type of variable, address holder, you reach here. Get box volume code is where? In the heap or in the method area? Of course, in the method area. How do you reach the method area and locate that loaded class information? Thanks to this class pointer. Okay, so this class pointer will execute, what do you say, will take you to this method. And what is it we have written in this method, guys? Here, this is nothing but this dot width into this dot depth into this dot height. And what is this in the current picture? B1. B1 is the invoker object reference. B1 is not an object. B1 is a reference. Okay. And it is pointing to the current boxes 10, 20, 30. So that is what is getting multiplied and returned to the caller. So this is how the stack picture looks. I mean, stack, heap, and a method area. Of course, when I say stack, guys, I've taken one small liberty. I'm talking about a stack frame. So whose stack frame I'm talking about? Main stack frame. When I say main thread is calling my main method. So all this is memory allocated on the main thread's stack frame. So when I say stack, you just understand that, but you relate it to that. Absolutely correct. So this is what is your level 1 understanding. Are we clear? With the memory picture and the code, it has to go hand in hand. It is not like you keep on developing the code without understanding the internals, and just looking at the internals doesn't help. So keep looking at it. Now I'll add some code. Let's see whether you can solve it. Of course you can. So I'm saying I got disconnected and I was somehow getting a lot of problems in reconnecting. I don't know, maybe a connection problem on my side. So I'm started finally on mobile data. So I'm stopping the video currently. If when I get my router and my broadband back, I will reconnect. I don't know what just happened. So anyway, sorry for the interruption. Let me continue. So we were talking about writing some code here and I got disconnected. So let me say something. Okay, solve. Am I audible? I'm not visible. I know that I've stopped my video currently, at least temporarily. Am I audible at least? Okay, thanks. So continue please. When I say box B2 equal to B1, these are the interesting things on D1 kind of object-oriented practices. Coming back, box B2 equal to B1. So what is happening in this line? Are we doing the copy of references or copy of objects? R for reference, O for object. It is copy of references. In Java, unless and until you use cloning, which I'll show you later, we are not doing the copy of objects. So what is happening? Listen to this very carefully. What is B1 holding? B1 is holding the address of this object. So this address gets copied into B2. So what is B2? B2 is also a box type of reference. So when you execute this line, tell me precisely, will you show anything in the method area? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Nothing. Will you show another object getting created in the heap? Absolutely not. Will you show something in the stack? 100% yes. So what is it you will be showing is, draw another reference type of variable B2. And now when I say what is B2, what is B1, they are reference type of variables. So whatever was the content of B1 gets copied into B2, means what? B2 also starts pointing to the very same object. Are you understanding this or not? So it is the copy of references, guys. It is not the copy of object. In C++, there is a concept of a copy constructor and this object gets copied. Nothing of the sort happens in Java. It is copy of a reference type of variable. So B1's content are copied into B2. Means what? Now B1 and B2 both start referring to the very same copy. No changes show. Don't show any changes in the method area. No changes in the heap. Are we all clear? Copy of references. Next one. So naturally, this is the copy of references. Now, answer the next question. I'll write some code. That's why I left some space. I'll just write horizontally. Otherwise, I won't fit in the space. So if I say now in short forms, SOP B1 dot, I'm so sorry, B2 dot I meant, B2 dot get box details. So tell me, will it fetch me the same details as earlier or different? S or D? Of course, the same. See, with memory picture, it becomes so easy. B2 is pointing to the same box. So it will call the method loaded from the method area and it will get called on the same copy 10, 20, 30. So whether you access this object via B1 or B2, you are talking to the same copy, same object. So naturally the output will be the same. All these things we will check. We'll check in the, with the code also. Definitely you'll get the same copy. Everyone understands that? Same answer as 10.0, 20.0, 30.0. Okay, now go ahead. If I say, I'll write something. No, I'll write here itself. Keep solving it. Okay, so before I write the next question, next statement, I'll ask you a question. Can one object have multiple references? It's a Boolean question, yes or no? Answer is obvious. Answer is yes. But can one reference refer to multiple objects? Absolutely not. Because one reference can hold one address, which points to one object. Keep that with you. Now, let me do this. So if I say box B2 is taken, B3 equal to new box, let's say 10, 20, 30. I'm doing things purposely. So you should be able to answer that. So and of course, I'll say SOP get whatever box details. Okay, I'll be sharing this whiteboard. So don't worry. At least memory diagrams draw. Even if you don't write the code, it is fine for me. Coming back. So now what I had done here was I had written this in two statements. But once you get the drift, once you get the feel, there's no point in writing it in two lines. So now start answering. If you look at this particular line, box B3 equal to new box. So in this particular line, are there any objects getting created? Absolutely right, Akash. Well said. Answer is yes, of course. So always solve by the go by the RHS. So here new box type of object is getting created. So tell me, what do you think? Another time box class will get loaded in the memory? Of course not. So this is where your JVM's class loader checks that bidirectional arrows, guys. Is there a box class already loaded in the memory? Yes. So why would it load it again? So now start showing me the picture. See, the state is different. I'm so sorry. State is same, I meant. But the moment you say new, you are giving a tall order to the JVM that give me a new object. So JVM has to obey you. So how will you show, guys? Start drawing with me, please. You are here, you'll have again CP. And now I'll not write width and all because you know now. So 10.0, 20.0, it's a value holder and a 30.0. And what will this class pointer point to? Of course, it is going to point to the same loaded class. So now somebody was asking me earlier, I think in the morning, what do I mean by different objects of the same type? This is what I mean. So the box class is the same, right? And these are the two different copies, two different instances, two different objects. So what is it they are going to share? The data members. Which will be the data members for this class? This object, width, depth, height. What it will be here? Width, depth, height. But there are two distinct copies made in the memory, even when the values are the same. Are you getting this? So class pointer is pointing to the same class. This is what is like blueprint. You have a blueprint drawn by your architect. And then a builder takes this blueprint and builds 10 houses out of it. Same concept, same analogy. And what will you do now? So what does this, where is it? What does this return? Everyone knows. The box type of reference address. So now show it in the memory. And this is where your B3 comes up. So B3 is holding the address of. So where should I point B3 to? Should I point it to the first box or second box? Everyone knows the answer. To the second box. Are we good? Are we clear? So naturally, when I say B3 dot get box details, same travel. So from B3, reach this object, but class pointer is pointing to the same class. So the same method gets called get box details. But will it work? What do you say? Will it be executed on this copy or on the second copy? Everyone knows the answer. It will get executed. I'll just give this. It will get called. You will say the values are the same. Agreed. But you should know. So it will get operated on the second copy because now what is this? This is now B3. So it will have B3s. I mean, this objects 10, 20, 30 and the output will be shown. I purposefully took the same values. Even if the state is same, the moment you say new, JVM has to obey you and create a new box instance there. Now I have to write horizontally because no choice. Now, so this is what is the picture, memory picture so far? Box class has been loaded. Of course, there are more classes. Object is the super class and all that. So those details I'll give you in inheritance. Currently focus on basics. So box class is loaded and these are the two instances created. And these two references are pointing to the same copy. I'll show you. When you do SOP B1, it will actually show you a hash code. What is hash code in Java? Hash code is nothing but the address representation. So when we do the coding, when we come back to the code, I'll show you all of that. But understand this, both of them will hold the same address pointing to the same copy. And B3 will definitely have a different address stored. Now another things, interesting things. I'm saying, see what I'm saying? I'm saying B1 equal to null. Is it a lowercase null or is it an uppercase null in Java? lowercase null. Null is a keyword, so you can't use it in the variable names and all. And what is it which you can initialize? What is it you can assign it to null is only the reference type of variable. If you say integer data equal to null, compiler will throw you out. So when I say b1 equal to null, tell me, how will you show it in the memory? Okay, a question before that. What was b1 holding earlier? Address of this object. But the moment you say draw it, show it, when you say b1 equal to null, can it hold the address value as well as null? Absolutely not. So how do you show this? This is where you come to dereferencing, delinking. So the moment you say b1 is equal to null, what happens here is b1 can no longer refer to a box class object because it is having the value of null. So this is the code and this is the impact. Dereferencing, delinking. Understand? Done this much? Now, I'll write something and you have to tell me what will happen. I'm just writing horizontally, lack of space. If I say SOP, B1 dot get box details. So when I write this, will I get compile time error, runtime error, or the output? So people are saying compile time error, you are all wrong. In Java, the memory allocation, class loading, object creation, and references happen in runtime. Compilation at static time, nothing is happening. So this is nothing but your classic runtime error. And the most irritable, most frequently occurred exception is null pointer exception. So you'll get null java.lang null pointer exception. I'll not be lazy. The name of the exception is fully qualified name is, it is from the package java.lang. It is from the module java.base, but that you leave aside. And the name of the exception is null pointer exception. This is what you will get so many times in your core Java. Okay. 100%. So, and we have not yet done any try catch, any exception handling. So code will abort. If you're not handling the exception, you must have done it async, await, promise, all in your JavaScript, React. So you must have done try catch handling also. Have you done it or have you not? In your React, you've done it? No or yes? Somebody saying yes, somebody saying no. Okay. Okay, fine. So that's okay. Partially only, fine. When we come to exception handling, I will talk about it. So right now, just answer this much. Are we handling any exceptions yet? Have we added any try catch block yet? No. On day 4, day 5, we will have that. So of course, the code will abort. But I don't want it to abort. So let me comment this line. My point is served. I asked you the question. So now let me comment this line and let me add the next line something here. I've commented this, so don't think the code is aborted. So if I say, for example, SOP get box details. Tell me, compile time error, runtime error, or the output? C, R, or O? Of course, the output. See this. Even though B1 is dereferenced, B2 is still pointing to this object. So what is the travel? How do you understand it? B2 dot get box details. So get box details from here and working on this copy. So this will definitely produce the output. So there will be a proper output as in 10, 20, 30. I hope we are still good. I mean, I hope you are still understanding. Now I'm saying, okay, so this is, see, I'm taking you in very baby steps, tiny steps, small steps. So now I'm saying naturally, I think people must have already got it. I'm going to say B2 is equal to null. Okay, repeat run, same story continues. So when I say B2 equal to null, can you tell me what will you show any, will you make any changes in the method area? No. Heap? No. I mean, currently, let's say no. But what will you show in this? You show B2 also dereferenced. So now B2 is also having the value of null equal to null. Are we clear? So now B1 is null, B2 is null. Okay. So this is a memory picture. So now tell me, for all the practical purposes, can I access this object? Can I access this box 1 object? Answer is no. I have lost all the references, all the valid references which were pointing to it. So for all practical purposes, this object has become unreachable, inaccessible. Agreed? You can see from the memory picture, there is no way I can access this object now. So now the next step. If this object has become inaccessible, what happens to the memory which is stuck, which is used up for this? So you'll say, what is it you are talking about? Such a less memory. Pointer maybe 48 bytes. 8 threes are 24, doubles and all that. So 24, 28 bytes. Agreed. Today it is day 1. But later you are going to have deep object graphs. You will have collection of objects that is pointing to another object, sub-objects and object graph. And that will mean huge memory, huge part of heap has become stuck. So this is where we enter another part of why Java. So one reason was platform independence. Another reason is automatic memory management. So if you are a C++ developer, if you are coming from C++, what is it we have to do in C++ to release the memory? Yes, garbage collection is the topic. But in C++, what we have to do? We have to sorry. We have to actually free the memory, release the memory locked up in the unusable object, unreachable object. No such thing in Java. Okay, so hold on. I mean, keep this on a hold. Okay, let me not keep it on the hold. I was thinking on a different line. So now listen to this carefully. The moment you have any object on the heap which has got which has become inaccessible, unreachable, unreferenceable, then this object is marked for. I said it is marked for garbage collection. Okay, so is it gone from the memory? Is the memory immediately released? Absolutely not. Okay, I mean, you can't see that. So here, let me just put it in a different color so you'll understand. So you show this particular object. On which line number it has become? When you said B1 equal to null, nothing happened. Because there was still B2 validly pointing to this. So nothing happened. But when you said B2 equal to null, the number of valid references for this object have reduced to 0. So what is it we say is, in formal words, in the jargon, we call it, technical terms, what we call it as, this object, has become candidate for, or it has become marked for. So at this line, what happens is the box 1. Okay, let me change the color. So here, this first box, I'm calling it as a first box and a second box. First box object is marked for something called as garbage collection. Okay, so now suspend this thing here and let me open yesterday's whiteboard. I hope you noted this. I'll come back to this picture in a minute. Give me a second here. So I'm opening. Or okay, let me not be lazy. I was going to open yesterday's whiteboard. Forget it. I'll just draw it here. So this is your memory test or whatever. Everyone knows. I'll keep some space here. I'll just go down here. Oh, I lost it. Wait a second. Okay, now here, whenever JVM starts, quickly tell me, what are the 2 threads JVM starts? What are the 2 system threads JVM has? Everyone knows it. One is main thread, and the other one, which is today in focus, is garbage collector, right? So this is your main, this is your garbage collector. Okay. So this main thread now you know pretty well in the sense, you know at least what it is doing. So this is the main thread, which is going to basically execute, search for the main method. If it doesn't exist, throws you out. So executes main method execution. Pretty simple. Now enter garbage collection. Okay. So, okay, before I say enter garbage collection, this main thread is called as foreground thread, or it is called as an active thread. Okay. Now there is another thread called as garbage collector, as you can see. So this garbage collector, GC stands for, it is all written properly in a README. Here I'm just explaining. So hereafter referred as GC. So garbage collector is another thread, but this thread is a daemon thread. As in, it is a, I'll tell you what is the user thread versus daemon thread in our multi-threading topic. So currently just think of it as a background thread. Okay. So this background thread, the whole multi-threading, whole threading is done by the JVM. It is managed by JVM. So this background thread or this daemon thread, forget what is daemon thread. This is only activated. Is it running all the time? Answer is no. It is only activated periodically. Okay. So here, all these are written, but I'm just explaining. So I'm writing in short form here. So JVM will give the chance to the garbage collector thread only periodically. And what is that periodically? There's nothing like a frequency or a period set, you know. It is whenever heap is under pressure. So what is the meaning of this statement? I told you the method area meta space is growable because it is dynamically, it is completely allocated from the native computer's memory. But heap is fixed in size. So when you start writing, when you start creating your full stack applications, React and backend Spring and whatever, so you will have a lot of objects and you have a heap size which is fixed in nature. So after a couple of time, after some time, if the heap starts getting more and more full, so then it won't be possible for the JVM to create more objects. So that is the time when we say heap is under pressure. So lesser space or creating new objects. So there are all these thresholds and all internal part of JVM. As per the JVM specification, as per the JVM version you are using, that will differ. So whenever heap is under pressure, what will JVM do? JVM will give the chance. So now the garbage collector thread will be activated, will be given a chance to run. So all these runnable, running and all, I'll cover it in multi-threading. So JVM, garbage collector thread will be given a chance to run. Now apply your understanding and tell me where it is going to look into. Garbage collector thread will look into stack, heap or method area. So it will search in, tell me. I hope everyone has answered correctly. I'm not looking at your Zoom because, you know, then again it might think hangs. So searches in naturally where? Object heap. And what will it search for? It will search for, are there any objects which are marked for? So some people call it as candidate for garbage collection. Some people call it as marked for garbage collection. Are there any objects which are marked for garbage collection? So there can be two answers. There is a possibility that none is marked for garbage collection because all the objects are being referenced. So if the answer is no, then poor JVM cannot do anything, and then it will give you the error related to heap out of memory, not for method area. So then there will be a runtime error because then it cannot accommodate more objects. But if suppose there are certain objects which are marked for garbage collection. So in my current discussion, tell me, is there any object which is marked for garbage collection? Answer is yes. How many objects are marked for garbage collection? 1. Which is box 1 or box 2? It is box 1. So if the answer is yes, in that case, definitely JVM is garbage collector thread. It first calls. It gives a chance to, clean up your resources. So garbage collector will first call a method. All this I will explain from my README. There's a special method called as finalize. So garbage collector first will invoke the finalize method. You will say where you have told us about it. I know that. It is a part of object class. When I talk about inheritance and polymorphism, I'll talk about it more. So you just today focus on garbage collector's work, that too partially. So garbage collector will first call finalize. If you have not added, actual word is overridden. If you have not added this method finalize in your class, it is inherited from the object class, which is superclass. And then after that, forget the reaches. After that, what it will do is it will release the memory, which is occupied by, wait a second, it will release the memory associated or occupied by unreachable objects. Okay. So this is the version 1. Version 1, I would say level 1 of understanding garbage collection. Quickly recap with me. So here we start with JVM. We launch the JVM. It starts two threads. One is the foreground active thread, main thread. Other one is a garbage collector. Okay. So garbage collector is what? Continuously running thread or periodically running thread. C or P. Lower priority. Yes, it is not really a priority, this one. I'll answer all this in the multi-threading, because then you'll realize. So garbage collector thread is explicitly invoked by the JVM. So guys, let me say in simple words. If you write such a simple code, classroom example here, which has how many objects? One object, one or two objects. So in this case, in the entire life of a JVM, will it give a chance to garbage collector at all? Answer is no, because there's no way your heap can be under the pressure. And garbage collection is something called as stop the world kind of an event. When I say stop the world, these are all the technical terms you hear. When I say stop the world, it is a time consuming event. So unnecessarily, if there is no need, if things are happy, then why should it involve the garbage collector? So that is why I've given in writing, which I will of course share it with you. The garbage collector thread will be given a chance if and only if more and more objects you are trying to, put it on the heap, and then the heap is under pressure. The heap is getting, there is hardly any space in the heap. Then garbage collector is given a chance. So once it is given a chance, what it will go, where it will hit, will it search in stack, heap or a method area? Of course, heap, you know that. And then it will search for, are there any objects which are marked for garbage collection? So you tell me, which object can be freed? If the garbage collector gets a chance, which object can be, whose memory can be released? Choices are first object, second object, both or neither. Everyone knows that. Only first object can be released. The memory can be recycled to free memory pool. Why the second object is not marked? Because as you can see, B3 is holding the address. It is no longer unreachable, unreferenced. So okay, let me say this. In technical questions, interview rounds or exams, you will never be asked a question that at which point in time garbage collection is happening, unless until there is a method called as system.gc. So unless until you actually request that, you will never be asked. But people definitely love to ask you at this point in time. For example, at this point in time, how many objects are marked for garbage collection? And if you heard, if you understood something of the discussion, everyone knows the answer is 1. You got that? So this is all. No, I would say this is all. This is just an introduction to garbage collection. And today, please read, not in the labs. Please don't do the readings in the lab. Lab is for hands-on. But sometime in the evening and all, you feel bored and you need some reading material. Definitely go through this. So here, I'll stay quiet. Okay, I'll stay quiet till this. Just read this. Just a summary of what I've said already. So start with me. Garbage collection is a process or mechanism to identify and delete the objects from the heap memory which are not in use or which are unusable, unreachable, unreferenceable. And garbage collection process will free the space after removing the dereferenced or unreferenced object. So what is the meaning of garbage in Java? Garbage means unreachable, unreferenceable object. And you know, box 1 is our garbage. I mean, box 1 is unreachable. So why? The automatic memory manage garbage collection, whenever it happens, like I said, it is a stop the world kind of an event. So it will align the heap memory again to avoid the memory leakages, memory holes. This is all transparent to the programmer. And this you already know. JVM creates two system threads. Main thread to call the main function, main method in a sequential manner. Active thread, foreground thread, which is called as something called as user thread. And the garbage collector being a background thread, it will activate, it will give a chance if and only if it is required. So if the heap is under pressure, then only you'll see it's working, otherwise you'll not see. And what will it do? It will release the memory occupied by unreachable objects. So what is an unreferenced or unreachable object? The object whose number of references have reduced to 0. So this is the systematic, this is the internal working of JVM as far as garbage collection is concerned. But is there any way a programmer can request for garbage collection? I said request. You know the difference between request and order. Request can be denied. Orders also, I mean, but typically not. So the coming back to the point, how to request for the to the JVM for garbage collection? There is a method of a system class. You know system class, system.in, system.out, system.error, you know. So there is a static method of a system class, GC. The name itself is GC. So when you call in your code, system.gc, who is requesting whom for what? A programmer or your code is requesting the JVM for, it's a request for running the garbage, for giving the chance to that garbage collector thread. You understand W questions, right? So this is a request, but there is no 100% guarantee. Is it a guarantee? Exactly, request to JVM, absolutely. So, but there is no 100% guarantee your request will be honored. It may or may not be honored. In most of the cases, it is honored. Now, but point is, your JVM is anyway going to manage it for us automatically. So in most of the cases, this is just an exam objective. In real practice, you may not even require ever, you may never require to request for garbage collection. JVM is smart. It is keeping track of its heap. Okay. But as an additional information, if anyone asks you, you should know. And then there is a object classes special method. So you'll say suddenly, what is she talking about? Object is a implicit parent class, implicit superclass or universal superclass of all Java classes. Means what? Here, when you write a class such as test box, so test box implicitly extends from object. When you write a class class box, it implicitly has the word extends from object, extends object. So object is a universal superclass, whether you like it or not, whether you want it or not. So in object class, there is a method. All these things are a little bit ahead of time, so I'm just talking about it. Let me come to inheritance and polymorphism, method overriding, inheritance, and then I will make, then I'll show you. Then I can write something. Coming back to the point, what is this finalize method? So let us have W questions. Who calls this finalize method and when? Answer is the garbage collector thread will invoke your supplied or object classes inherited finalize method just before releasing the memory occupied by that particular object. So just before the garbage collection actual can take place, the last and final chance given to you is finalize. Okay, so this is what is compulsory reading for everyone. I'm just, going little bit ahead, but the actual more details I can't cover now. It's the details about the garbage collection algorithm. which keeps changing from Java version to version. So this is frankly Java 8 applicable. Java 11 has further enhanced it. Anyway, today we are not going there. So focus on what is being discussed today. I'll just cover 2-3 things and we'll go over to our code sample. Understand this statement. Again, it is ahead of topic. I'm going to take you in our core Java to file handling. You might require socket connections between a client and a server. So when the request response is over, you would like to close the socket connection. When the file handling is over, you may want to close the file handle. And when we come to database, when we write database applications, you will be opening the database connection, and before terminating, you would like to close it. So now the point is releasing of non-Java resources. What is the meaning? What are the examples of non-Java resources? All these three. So guys, don't give, what do you say? Don't make your garbage collector too glamorous. I mean, don't give unnecessary powers. Don't create hype about it. Closing of the non-Java resources, cleaning up of the non-Java resources is still your job. It is not automatically done by the garbage collector. Garbage collector is telling you guys, hey, I will be looking in the heap. I will look for unreachable object and release the memory. But if you need to close some database connections, socket connections or file handles, who is responsible for it? Garbage collector or a programmer? Programmer, exactly. Finally block. Yes, Akshay. You have something called as finally blocks, and Java gives you a better solution, something called as auto closable resources. So that is what we will use. So be clear.
दर्शना
Please mute yourself,
हा
guys.
नाही
Somebody is
बरोबर आहे ते
unmuted.
विचारतात दर्शना 403 म्हणा
So garbage, please mute.
हो
Somebody is unmuted, looks like. Okay. So the point is, don't give ultra powers to it. Only job is releasing the locked up memory on the heap. And this is a famous
फॅन बंद
interview
करा
question.
हा
Thanks, Pallav.
मला
I
वाटलं
don't
येणार
think I
नाही तुम्ही
can
कशी 11:30 पर्यंत येईल ना मग नंतर
I'll just check whether I can mute.
फिजिओथेरपीला ना हा माहितीये
Which is the number you told me? Some number you told me. 55. Let's see. I think she's realized. Okay. Okay, fine. Coming back. So this is a very interesting question. What are the triggers for marking the object for garbage collection? Or what are the triggers for making the object candidate for garbage collection? So you have just seen one trigger so far. So take a look at it. If you nullify means what? Assign null. If you nullify all the valid references pointing to the object, of course, that object is, don't say it is gone from the heap, but it is marked for garbage collection. So current example, you know what we did. So suppose you have got this. When this line is executed, how many objects, how many references? One reference, sorry, first the class gets loaded, object gets created, and one reference. So one reference, one object, one class loaded. Next one, here. What is happening? Copy of references or copy of object, please. Two objects, guys, not here, here. Copy of references. So still you have one object and two references pointing to the same copy. And if you say, for example, I can do it in one line, B1 equal to B2 equal to null. So what is it? How will you show it in the memory picture? Both the references you dereference, delink it. And then the box object is 100% marked for garbage collection. So this is the simplest trigger for the object to become garbage collectible. So I don't want to say this. Instead, I will write. I will write means I'll show you in the memory diagram. So this was the first trigger. Now I'll write some code. I don't have space here, so I'll just write it here. Okay, let me see if I can shift. Give me a sec. Let's see whether we can push this below. Okay, So let's create some space here so that I can, keep writing something. Focus. And this code is already explained, already written. Now if I say B3 is equal to, that is what I have written in my notes, but it's good to see in the picture, in the memory diagram. B3 is equal to new box, let's say. Compiler error, runtime error, or none of above? Answer is none of above. No compiler error, no runtime error. So the answer is none of above. And now can you see, or rather can you tell me, when this line is executed, will you show anything in the method area? Newly this? Nothing. Will you show anything in the, what is it called, heap? This answer I have to check from your chat. Will you show a new object creation? Of course, yes. Even if I ask you in the middle of night means when you are not fully awake and all that. Still, the moment you say new, there's no ambiguity. You have to show a new object. Show it. So here you have a object drawn. Show the object, please. Class pointer, and the values are 1.0, 2.0. Value holding double. Double is primitive. Value holding. Show the box. I mean, show something. And where will this class pointer be pointing to? You know this. It is the type. It is of the same type, box class instance. But now see. So another object gets created, and I have reassigned B3 to another box object. So answer. Can one object have multiple references? Yes, this was the picture. But can one reference hold the pointers to multiple objects? Of course not, unless it is an array and all. Today we are not in arrays. So how should I show this? B3 cannot refer to this box now. So here, show the delinking, please. And where will it do? So see this. Now this is returning the address of the third box. And when you copy, when you assign it to B3, now B3 starts referring to the newly created box object. Are we good? Are we clear? I said, see the statement. B3 is equal to new box 123. B3 is of the box type, so it is all compatible. A new box object gets created and B3 holds the address to this new box. So now obvious question. Are there any more candidates of garbage collection? So your choices are first box, second box, third box. First box is already gone. You know that. So now the second box also. Are you getting me? So this is how basic half of garbage collection it is. So now you should show after this line is, oh, sorry, cursor has a problem sometimes. So here, now I can, or rather you can show it. That is why I said, after a while, this diagram looks very messy. You don't understand. So this is also now marked. And this is what I had written in my readme. So see this. What was the one trigger for garbage collection? Nullifying all valid references referring to the object. What is yet another trigger? Reassigning the reference to yet another object. Example, box B1 was happily pointing to this box. B1 was pointing, holding the address of this box, and you suddenly reassign it to yet another box. So which object gets garbage collectible? Will you say B1? B1 is not the object. Say it to yourself 10 times. B1 is a reference type of a variable which can refer to box type of object. So which object will get garbage collectible? Of course, the first one. Because now B1 is pointing to yet another object. And the number of valid references for this have reduced to 0. So this is what is your another trigger for garbage collection. Next triggers in its own time. Because we have not yet reached there. When we reach there, I'll come back here and explain more. So I'll stay quiet for a minute. Check if you've drawn it correctly, and more than drawing, have you understood it completely? And then we can just confirm it with some code and all that. Think about it. I'll just make the changes in the code. I've already said the whole stuff. So I think people will catch, but if you have a question, definitely don't hesitate. So it is copy of references. The copy of objects is not happening at all, right? So you can visualize. Now you have got the diagram in front of you. So both the references pointing to the first box object. And like I said earlier, whether you access this box object via B1 or via B2, we are talking about the same object, same copy. So you will get same details, or rather same dimensions as same output, I should say, better word, same output as earlier. Next one. Then I said B1 equal to null. How many objects? Now think about this code. How many objects are marked for garbage collection? No object yet marked for garbage collection. You got this? But if you say, for example, this is a revision, so you can answer fast. So if I do this, what will I get? Compile time error, runtime error, or the output? Of course, this is your null pointer exception. So we'll run this in a minute. I'll just go ahead and finish the story. So unless and until, but we have not yet handled the exceptions. So, okay, why don't I do this much? Let me just run this much. Compiling it here. I can go back arrow and do this. So as you can see, there is no compile time error. And the moment you try to run it, and if I say 1, 2, 3, and as you can see, watch carefully. So this is your first box object via B1 accessed. We said B2 dot get box dimensions. Of course, it is going to give you the same result. It is pointing to the same copy. Now watch, read carefully. Exception in thread main means what? Runtime error in the main method, because main thread is calling your main function, main method, and which is the famous exception, most irritating and easiest to solve. Trust me on that. So null pointer exception, you just go to this line number. Which is this line number? Whatever, 18. And you just check here, you are calling, what is this 18 line number here? You just find out which is the method, or what is it you are trying to access, using which reference? B1. B1 must be null. So I'll help you in debugging. When I show you the IDE, I will show you how to attach a debugger. So your debugging life will be easier. Java life will be easier, I mean. So coming back to point, the code cannot continue unless until I comment this. So here, can I access? Will this survive? Will this get? Will this produce output or the runtime error? Of course, it will give you the output, and same output as earlier, because B2 is still pointing. Now, when I say B2 is equal to null, same things I'm saying. Now I can say how many objects are marked for the garbage collection. Here you can understand one object is marked for garbage collection, and you know which one. The first object, which had earlier two references, all are nullified. So it is definitely marked for garbage collection. And then if you try to access it via either B1 or B2, 100% null pointer exception is expected. If I go ahead and if I say B1 is equal to new box, okay, new box, let's say, I'll just hardcode something. So tell me, with this new line, how many objects will get created in this line? I'm just confirming whether you are all there or not. In this line, how many? One object. So what is the memory picture? In the memory picture, no class loading because box class is loaded long back. The new object you show having 3.0, 5.0, 6.0, and B1 is still there. What is the life of B1? Entire main method. Okay, so till the time your main function returns, it is on the stack frame, method local variable. Okay, so this is perfectly fine. And if you say, for example, what is it? Here, what is the expected output, please? You will be able to see 3.0, 5.0, 6.0. Just talking in basics. Confirm. It should be whatever we say has to be confirmed. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to run it fast. And as you can see, I have, what is it? I have commented that line null, causing a null pointer, and focus on the last line. Now B1 is holding the address of the newly created object having the state 356. So that is it. And last thing before I go to you go to something else. Here, I would like to show you. Wait a second. You must be having you must be curious, and I hope you are curious. So if I say sys out B1, tell me quickly. I'll keep asking you always mixed question to check your alertness, to check your focus. What will happen here? Compile time error. I'll say the same things again. It is a method local variable. So let it be a reference type of a variable or your primitive type. Both are by default in uninitialized. So how can you access the uninitialized variable? So it will tell you the local variable B1 may not be initialized. Okay. So this is out of question. But if I put it here, see this. I'll just do something. It's very interesting, to check whatever we have said is correct or not. So here, tell me, are we getting any compile time error? Absolutely not. But what is B1 holding? B1 is holding the address of the box object. But there is something called as toString and all. So many things you're going to learn. So when you say this, in addition to address, you know what it is going to print? It is going to print FQ is for fully qualified class name. How this comes? That I will answer tomorrow when I talk about inheritance and all that. So it will print fully qualified class name at the rate and a hash code. And what is that hash code? Hash code is nothing but the address where the object is located on the heap. Okay. So more on this, how it prints and what is it? It is basically taken from object class, inherited from object class. Inheritance tomorrow. I have a simple question to ask you. Here, please solve it. Whenever you are in the lab, when I say that, okay, at least half an hour, 45 minutes, whatever time, you make the changes to the code and talk to your lab faculties and, have a debate, have a discussion and all that. Coming back. So here you will see some address. So the question being asked is, will you see the same address here or different? S or D? Of course, same address. It is the copy of references. Everything in Java is done here by the copy of reference. So of course you'll see same address. And now, wait a second. Here, I'm printing this again. Tell me, at this line, third time I'm printing, will you see the same address or different? S or D? Are you getting it? See, some of you are saying same. Guys, take your time. Take your time in the lab session. In lab session, I'm more free. More free in the sense because I can handle all the questions. It's just a batch size of what? 60 and all. So I can handle that and do ask good questions. So of course, you are going to see different. And if you have understood the memory diagram, you should not be surprised. You should not have any doubts. If not, talk to me in the lab. So let's confirm this, guys. I'm just running this. Any numbers you currently observe and learn, and then you get the different level of clarity because now you have memory pictures also. So what is the meaning of fully qualified class name? Package name and a class name. But we are still not into the packages. I have not written any package statement. So what is the name of a default package? Anonymous, nameless. So that is why it starts with the box at the rate. And what are we looking at? This is your hex address. This is where your first box object is sitting. Tell me, is it having the same address or different? Of course, same. We had box B2 is equal to B1. So both of them are pointing to the same address, same object. But the moment I say B1 equal to new box, another object is memory allocated separately on the heap. And that is how it is getting a different value. Are we somewhat clear or totally lost? C for clear, L for last. Okay. And like I said, unless until you try it out, unless until you, Crystal is so good. Thank you. So here, so the point is like, unless until you play with it, you explore it, you try it out. Of course, you'll have an assignment, very similar, but a different scenario. You will be super clear, crystal clear, kind of. Okay, so that is it. That's it. Now, so this was the one thing I wanted to show you, which talks little bit about, not a great deal, but something about object creation and little bit about garbage collection also. So let me take you further. Now more coding, more hands-on. Enough of, not enough exactly, but yes, let's have some hands-on. Otherwise things become boring. So written already. Just read this, please. Pointer versus reference. Pointer arithmetic is not allowed. And references, I just now printed the value. It just holds the internal representation, means some address representation. So I'm asking you question. Compiler error or no error here? Quickly. Simple question, simple answer. No error. Compiler error or no error? Second line. 100% compiler error, because you cannot apply any arithmetic operator on a reference type of variable. So 100% JavaC error. Okay, here. If I say, for example, B1 plus equal to 10, again you are doing the same mistake. Again you are doing the same. You are trying to change, you are trying to apply arithmetic operation. It will tell you incompatible types and it is not an integer or something. So it will throw you out. Now, I know we have not done strings. I will be spending at least 2 hours on string handling. So that time I'll talk about strings, string buffer, string builder, everything about strings. So that time you'll see the string is a class in Java, which you know already. It has a constructor, and this string is holding a string, I mean some character sequence with a hello. So answer the question, please. What is this S? It is an object. Is it an object or is it a reference? O or R? It is a reference type of a variable. Next question. Is it a class type of reference? C. Array type of reference? A, or interface? Of course, C. String is a class. String is not an array. String is not an interface. Of course, it is a class type of reference. And what is this RHS, guys? This is your object. So when I take you to strings, there are beautiful concepts like literal string pool and all that. So we'll deal with that. But right now, today, you just focus on a string object gets created. Before a string object can be created, a string class will get loaded in your metaspace and the object creation happens. Now, if I say, sorry, look at my bad. If I say S++, tell me compiler error or no error quickly. Will you see a compiler error? Yes, 100% you will see compiler error. Okay, now a trick question. You can try all these things. You're more than welcome to try out things. Here, last one, compile time error or no error? Answer is no error. I said trick question. Why? Because what it expands to is S is equal to S plus 10. And later when I take you to strings, or actually you also already know, it is plus is what? Concatenation operator. But when I take you to string, I'll actually show you the concat method, append method, I mean, and it, concat, I guess, no, concat itself. And it is having an integer argument. So this works. So be careful a little bit, So answer is no error, no compile time error. Because of this internal working. But if you try to arithmetically manipulate it, 100% you will get a JavaC error. So now no Java compiler error, not because it can be manipulated, but because it is nothing but a string concatenation. I hope people are Clear? Yes, it is. So Pallav, this is the only operator overloading Java does. Otherwise, in general, operator overloading is not allowed. I mean, not supported in Java, other than plus standing for concatenation of strings. Okay. So this was about the earlier one. Now let us go further. Okay. So this is what I'll explain the requirement. This is how I take the labs also. You must have seen B3 guys, batch 3 guys. So now user comes to me, user as in client, as in customer. No, Arpit, it doesn't work like that. S++ is doesn't work like that. It is trying to use the increment operator. Why don't you try it in the lab and tell me? Okay, so S++ is typically a post increment, and post increment operator doesn't expand to. Try doing S plus equal to 1, that will append, that will concatenate, but not increment. Coming back. Okay, so now I'm saying I'm in the business of making boxes. A customer walks in or remotely and says that, okay, I want to order a cube. Everyone understands cubes. So start telling me. If a user says, I want to order a cube, tell me how many dimensions you'll ask for. See, always think from the customer's point of view, client's perspective. So will you ask for 3 dimensions or 1 dimension? Easy one. Of course, one. Everyone knows cube has one. I mean, all the sides same. So you will say enter. See, I'm not written the method. We are going to write it together, but I'm just helping you. So enter, what is it called? Side of a cube. Everyone survived so far? Survived means understood so far. So I hope people are clear. And now I want to create a new box with a same dimensions. So I'll write something and you please tell me. So suppose I write, this is in the tester, new box, sc dot next double. So please tell me, if I write it, you have the box class in front of you. I mean, if not, take a look at this. I think everyone remembers it. It's such a tiny thing. So let me ask you a question. If I write this box cube equal to new box sc dot next double, what will you get? Compile time error, runtime error, or none of above? When I write this, what will you get? With the code which we have written so far, no runtime error, guys. Somebody is saying runtime. It's a compiler who checks the syntax. So do we have the constructor having one argument? Answer is no. We have the parameterized constructor. Have you forgotten it already? We have got a 3 argumented constructor. So naturally, compiler will throw you out. Everyone is understanding? So tell me the solution. Here you will get Javac error. Okay. So simple question, simple things. So what is the fix? What is the solution? Tell me. I'm looking at your answer. Okay. So can you create another constructor? Can you add another constructor with a different signature? Answer is yes. And that is nothing but called as overloaded constructors. So what is method overloading? I'll take it on the day of polymorphism. But since I'm using the word, the solution here is constructor overloading. Okay. So here, constructor overloading, constructor is what exactly? Nalini. So it is the same. It is the special method. So when you say overload, there's anyway no explicit return type. It should have the different arguments. Absolutely correct. So the overloading involves method overloading, constructor overloading, same method name, and the changing signature, different signature. How about the return type? Return type is not considered at all. Okay. So here, can we do the constructor overloading? Answer is yes. So let us do that. So if you are doing it with me, I don't know really if anyone is coding along. If you are coding along, go to the box class and here add overloaded constructor. What is the meaning of constructor overloading? Same name and different signature. That is the argument, sorry. The number of arguments or the type of arguments has to be different, or it can be both different. So add overloaded constructor to initialize a cube. I do write a lot of comments. If you want me to write more, just tell me so and I will add as many as you want. But I think these are kind of sufficient. So tell me, it is the same name. How many arguments I will have here? 0, 1, 2, 3. Of course, 1. So let me be clear. Double side. Okay. So this is how your overloaded constructor looks like. Now, sorry, I wanted to save it. So tell me, because then it gets formatted. Anyway, so tell me. Now here, what should I do? User has given you, suppose, I want a cube of a dimension, let's say unit 10. So anyone wants to write this code? Anyone wants to tell me? What should I add? I want code from you, line number 15 from you. Ronak, I would prefer in Java. Yes, exactly. So here, this dot width, I saw this. I saw it here. Let me say this. Whatever I understood from your responses. Can I say, when I say width, it is implicitly this dot width. Width equal to, depth equal to, it is the right associative, height is equal to side. And guys, there is absolutely no specific requirement. If you write fine, that is for your own understanding. So you can also say, somebody had written, this dot width equal to this dot depth equal to this dot height equal to this dot side, or only side? Only side. There is no side instance variable. So of course it is a method local. So will this work perfectly? 100% yes. Are we so far clear? Is this overloaded constructor clear? But now my story doesn't get over here. I'm saying there is an object-oriented principle, not only object-oriented, general principle DRY. What does DRY stand for? Do not repeat yourself. So guys, this kind of a code you have already written elsewhere. So why don't you make use of it? The whole idea is reusability. I'll repeat it slowly. I'm saying this will work. Will this not work? Absolutely not. This will work. Why shouldn't it work? But I'm saying instead of repeating yourself, can you reuse your own code? Answer is yes. So tell me, where we have written the code? Exactly. So guys, here, there's some problem with your suggestions, but here, can you see? This is the code you have already written. So the next question is now, can one constructor call another constructor of the same class in Java? I'll repeat the question. Can one constructor, which constructor? This constructor, can it call the other constructor in Java? 100% yes. And how? That is where another usage of this keyword comes up. So one usage of this keyword is what? To unhide the instance variables from your method local. This is the example. What is the other usage? Other usage of this keyword is in constructor chaining. This whole approach is called as constructor chaining. Okay. So how do we do this? Who wants to call whom? The one-sided, single argument constructor wants to call the 3 argument. So somebody had written box and side, comma, side, comma, side. So small correction. Use the use the keyword this. What does this refer to? Current object. But when you say this followed by round brackets, small question. I like to ask you questions to check your clarity. Why it is giving me a compiler error here? Because the moment you add your parameterized constructor, default constructor is gone. And I anyway don't want to call the default constructor. So like you had already answered me, side, comma, side, comma, side. So what is this constructor chaining? One constructor calling the other constructor. So first, why don't you read it? And then I've written somewhere. Yeah. So this keyword usages, exactly two usages are there. So there's nothing like 10 usages and all. One was to unhide. And this is the second form. Read that. And this is nothing but called as constructor. I've written it in a better means slightly detailed manner in my notes. That is class and object. So this is absolutely possible. And In C++ also we can do it, but the syntax is different. Here the keyword which we use is this. So now let me ask a question and confirm your understanding. So suppose if I write, okay, I've written it, great. So when this line gets executed, can you tell me which constructor will be called first? The one side constructor, one argument constructor, or three argument constructor? Of course, the one argument constructor. So where the control will go? Control will go here. But now when it comes to it here, what is it you are doing? You are calling the same classes matching constructor. So is there any matching constructor available? Yes. So the control will reach here, and that is where it will initialize this dot width equal to side, depth and height equal to side. So it is always advised, I mean, wherever possible, don't repeat yourself, do the reusability. So I hope people are clear. So 2 points I wanted to achieve via this. I just wanted to show you the constructor overloading, which is done already, and also constructor chaining. So let me, before closing, create a queue. I'll just continue in the, should I? Okay, I'll not be lazy. I'll create it in different. Already this code is big enough. So what I'll do is, I will copy this into the same. So I'll just rename it as, what is that rename? Yeah. So here I'll call it as test box 2. So please, whenever you are, what do you say, going through my code, please look at it in the sequential manner. So I just copied into test box 2. Give me a minute. I'll remove the extra mark. So your scanner is fine. This is fine. I'll just show you Q. So the bare code I've just kept. So now enter side of a cube. Okay. And user knows that much. I mean, there's nothing like a sequence here. And box Q1 maybe. So this is the first cube maybe, new box, and all you are having is the next double. There's too much of intelligence, you know. Wait a second. Okay. And how do you confirm what we are saying is correct or not? You can trace it later. I'll show you debugger. So you can add the breakpoints and trace it line by line, but with ID, not now. And here I can just confirm by saying it's get this. So I'll just show the dimensions and show the volume. So Q1 dot get box details, and I'll also show computed volume. Okay. So you'll confirm whatever we have done is correct or not. And this is totally unnecessary. It just got generated. So simple code. I'm giving you simple code samples so your understanding revision will be good. Scanner, asking the user, prompting for the dimensions of the cube. This is where you are actually creating a cube object. LHS is the reference, RHS is the object. Don't get mixed up ever in this. And once you are cube, so what is the memory picture? First, the box class gets loaded. Then the object creation happens. The first slot is class pointer pointing to that loaded class. And then width, depth, and height. There are still 3 slots, all initialized to whatever value user gives as a side. And then you will see the details and dimensions and the volume. Confirm. Okay, I have given this as a test box too. See the point. Okay, because you know that will be my next point sometime. If I say test box here immediately there is a problem. Why there is a problem? Because in the same package, same folder, I already have got a test box. So this is the point I will take it up again. When I tell you need of packages, why packages? so that you can create two separate packages and write a duplicate class name there for the separation. Currently, I'm not there, so let me give the different name. I keep saying a lot of things. Think about it, and anytime I say something and you don't understand, either you can ask me here or you can always ask me after you have slept over it or in the lab or whenever. Oh, I compiled the test box. I wanted to compile the test box too. My bad. So here, test box 2. And then I will say here, change to bin. And then let us write, let us test this test box. See, it just crimped because I misspelled the thing. Why not dot class later? So suppose I say 12.34 something. And no big deal, no surprises here. All the box dimensions are initialized. If you're not sure about the flow, add something in the 3-argument constructor, in the single argument constructor, and you can trace the flow. But as you can see, it is happening, and this must be the computed volume. So a minute recap, 1 minute recap. So here, bottoms up approach, I don't know what people were saying. Anyway, so I have a question. Can one class, okay, sorry, scratch. If I write a class and if I don't add a constructor, what will happen? Compiler error, runtime error, or none of above? It's a recap time, none of above. What will compiler implicitly supply? Tell me. What will it implicitly supply? A default constructor. Default constructor means argumentless constructor or argumented constructor. Argumentless. And it will of course initialize, but what is the harm in it? What is the disadvantage? Parameterless is fine. All the state of the object, which is the state of the box, 3 dimensions, will be initialized only to default value. I cannot customize it. I cannot initialize it to whatever I want. So that is point 1. Now, can I add only single constructor or multiple constructors to any class? S or M? Multiple. What are they called? They are called as overloaded constructors. So what does the constructor overloading mean? The constructor name, of course, the same, but it is the signature, it is the arguments which should differ. Return type is never considered during the overloading. More on overloading directly in polymorphism. So now the third question, can we access a constructor of a different class? Answer is Pallav, yes, but not using this. In test box, we are calling the constructor of a box. How are you calling it? Box B1 equal to new box 1, 2, 3. So that is your answer. Next question. What is it I was saying? Yeah. Can one constructor call another constructor of the same class? Did you understand, Pallav, what I said? I hope. No, super. Don't give him wrong answers, guys. Super all comes in the inheritance hierarchy. Test box and box, they don't have anything in common. So don't give wrong answers, please, and confuse the people. Confuse it. Wait, I'll say wait, and yes, you don't have to. I answered you, Pallav. Guys, please stop. Let me talk to Pallav. He asked me, can another class call some different classes constructor? Answer is yes. But you cannot use this. This means the current classes constructor. This or box? Somebody answer. If not, Pallav. Of course. Oh. Okay. I know. My net connection was having a lag. I'll repeat my question. I said, if test box wants to create call the constructor of the box, will you use the name box and round bracket, or will you say this and the round bracket? Am I audible now? Of course, box. So I hope, Pallav, you got your answer. Okay, going ahead. Can one constructor, same class as constructor, call the other class, same class as other constructor? Answer is yes. And that is where you go for this. And that is what is called as constructor chaining. I'll give you some example and you will be more than clear. Assignment. Example means assignment. Now, let's take you further. Okay. Now, point was here to show you constructor overloading and mainly constructor chaining. Done. Now, here is the next question you are going to solve. I'll just explain, and more you participate, more you enjoy, more you start liking it. So I want you to add more business logic in the box class. So what is that business logic? We want to compare the equality of two boxes. So let me check your, common sense, logical sense, whatever. When will you say technically, functionally, logically, when will you say two boxes are same or two boxes are equal? Anyone wants to tell me? When will I say, okay, Pallavi is saying volume, wrong answer. I can have a box with 1 to 3 and 3 to 1. So volume is same. Okay, so that is not the correct answer. Same dimensions. Everyone clear? Everyone understands it? So you have to think of a method. So here, of course, I will be discussing and then I'll write it. So you have, and it is testing the equality of boxes. So whatever functionality we have for boxes, put it in a box. So add a method to the box class says that. And now what should be the return type of this method? A simple boolean. And it should return true. If two boxes have the same dimension, it should return false if the dimensions are different. Same, return true, otherwise return false. Are we clear so far? So I am waiting for yes or no. Anyway, so I hope you have understood this already. So I'll always talk from the client's perspective. Okay. So suppose box B1 is equal to new box 1, 2, 3, and user has ordered another box. Box B2 is equal to another box. I said new box. Okay, new box. Let's say. So here sitting, you and me can see that these two boxes are different, but you are mistaken. This is going to come at the runtime, sc.next double and all. Only for your understanding, I'm writing it. So now leave aside anything and everything. I'll tell you. Now the next question is, it should print. The output should be same as a word same if two boxes are having the same dimensions. Okay, if two boxes are equal. Otherwise, this is otherwise, print different. I'll repeat my question. Sometimes my question is not clear, so don't jump into answer, please. I want the output SOP, system.out.println. If the two boxes are having the same dimensions, I want to print print same. The output should be same, otherwise different. So this is the problem statement. Simple problem, simple task. So now we will be using a ternary, but the dimensions are private. Exactly. So here, I'm not saying you use the getters. You can use getters, but how many getters will you require, guys? You'll require 3 getters. So I'm saying I've given you the problem statement. Did I say you add a getter? No. So here, you call a method. We are going to write check equality or is equal, check equals method. So we are going to write in the next minute a new functionality, new method in the box class, and it should return me true or false depending on the dimensions. So I have got a very simple question for you. So if I write a method, suppose the method name is check equals, check equal, if the two boxes are equal or not. Here, can anyone tell me how to call this method? See, I'm doing something called as reverse engineering. What is reverse engineering? First, I'm telling you the solution, how to call it, and then we will write that method together. So go faster. Anyone wants to tell me how to call this method? Let me see. Okay. No. Here, this one, Anshuman. Okay, Shanur's answer I will accept. I asked you how to call this method. I never asked you what should be in that method. So guys, if I write, his answer is perfect. So if I write b1 dot check equal, I had given you the method name. What is it you want to check it against? B2. And what is it we said? This is going to return you a boolean. So everyone understands ternary. So if it returns true, print same. And if it returns false, so have I written the method so far? Absolutely not. I'm helping you how to design your APIs, how to think about it. So are you clear with the method invocation? I'm suggesting that don't jump into implementation. First, try to check how are you going to call it from the tester and then step back and write it. Are we all clear so far? How to call it? Great. Now you see it will be so easy to design your API. What is it? Earlier you are using Java API. This is my own API. So now can anyone tell me in the box class, we'll be adding a method. So start. Access specifier, let it be default because test box and box are in the same package, same folder. So start. Method declaration first. What should be the return type? Tell me what I should say here. What is the return type? Everyone knows a boolean. Then comes the method method name. Now comes the method argument and then comes the method definition. So tell me, what should I add here? Okay, so is everyone clear with what Anshuman is saying? You are adding a box type of a reference. So here, I like to give always good variable names and so should you also. So here, I will call it as another box. Because one you have this box where you are current box and that you are comparing it with another box. So here my important question. If I call it as b1.check equal b2, can you tell me what is this and what is another box? I want two answers from you. I'll repeat my question. I said, if I call it as b1.check equal b2, what is this and what is the another box? Yes, b1 is this and another box is b2. Very right. But guys, equality testing criteria has to be symmetric. What does that mean? If I say x is equal to y, of course y should be equal to x, right? So in short, if I swap it, tell me, can you tell me now what becomes this and what becomes another box? This becomes the current invoker object reference b2 and the another box becomes whatever b1. Are we completely clear? So I just wanted to show you that, but actually I'm going to do it in b1. It doesn't matter, but let us keep it straight. Now, most important statement in today's session. Okay, some of the important statements were earlier. In Java, listen to this. I'll be saying this 10 times. In Java, everything is pass by value. Means what? Whether your method argument is of a primitive type or a reference type, its copy is made. Everything in Java is pass by value. It doesn't use pass by reference. So this will be clearer when we draw the memory picture again, when we continue in that memory picture again. So here, the reference, okay, let me ask you, what is another box? Is it an object or is it a reference? O or R? O or R, it is a reference, absolutely correct, right? So once it is a reference, it is passed by the copy. Means what? What will be copied into what? Here, the value of B2 will be copied into another box. So guys, it is passed by value and it doesn't matter whether it is a primitive type or whether it is a reference type. So I'll just do the context switching. Context switching means another subject. Today in the lab, you are going to get some code samples from me called as parameter passing. And I'll write in assignment exactly. So you have to solve it and you can't cheat. You can't cheat means don't run it and get the output. You guess the output. There's no compiler error. There's no runtime error. And this concept, how Java works on the concept of a principle of a pass by value will be completely clear. So that is a lab activity. Coming back here, when it is passed by value, a copy is made. So can anyone tell me what is the copy your JVM will do implicitly? It is as easy as that. Another box is equal to, should I say B1 or B2? Tell me. Of course it is B2. I already asked you that. But guys, you know stack frame. So when the control reaches this, when the method is called, the main stack frame is pushed below. And what is on the top? Which is the stack frame on the top? Check equal stack frame. So this will be totally, somebody already said that it will be deleted and all that. What he meant or she meant is popped out. Okay. So another box is having a life only within the method. So I said a lot of things. Now I think things are easy. So I'm inside a box class. So tell me, when should it return true? I'll not write the code twice. I'm just asking you because I'm going to write it in the minute in that code. So tell me, when it should return true? Everyone knows that. So what should be the code in that dotted line, in the dots? Compare width. So how will you compare? If, don't if and all, directly. So this dot width double equal to, relational operator, another box dot width. If you are worrying it is private, guys, we are in the box class, so no issues. And short circuit operator. So if the widths are different, it will not go ahead and test it. Then you compare the height and the depth also, and that will return automatically true or false. That's not important. That's simple. What is important is this concept. So let me write it and be prepared to draw the memory pictures along with me. So let me take you to the box class. This is, what is the hidden agenda? Hidden agenda or my objective is to confirm it to you. Everything is passed by value. So whenever you pass a reference type of a variable, its copy is made and then sent to the code. Anyway, so add a method. Now you watch it in the code, add a method to what? To check the equality of two boxes. So here, I just need to pass another box reference because I'm already sitting in a box. Am I going to write it as a static method or a non-static method? Later, tomorrow, you'll understand about static. Static methods are not associated with any object. So we will have to write it as a non-static instance method. This is the example. It works on the current copy. So start. You can dictate or, you can be like doing parallelly with me. Doesn't matter. Check equal. Check if equal or whatever you can say. And all you need to pass is another reference. So I'm literally writing it as, if you learn Scala, they call it as this and that. So this is current object reference. That is another one. So I'll say another reference. Sorry. I would make another box. Okay. And here is where implicitly a copy is made. So if I talk in box B1 and box B2 types, if I call the code as, okay, I'll say the sample usage. If I'm using it from the tester such as B1 dot B2, everyone knows. So what is getting copied into what? Another box is equal to B2. Now let me see your understanding. When I say another box equal to B2, are we making a copy of object or copy of references? O or R? What is it we are happening? Copy of references. I told you. So you can draw, we'll draw that time. So stack frame, another stack frame, or in that same stack you can show another box, but pointing where? Pointing to the first, pointing to that second box object which we are creating, and you will have the clarity. Now, it's a one-liner. You can write it in if else, but I'm saying if you can write it in one-liner, why waste your energy? So when I say width here, what does it mean? Does it mean this dot width or does it mean another box's width? Of course, it means this dot width. And what is this currently? Invoker B1. I've said it 10 times already. Now I hope the concept of this current object reference, invoker object reference is super clear. So whether you write it or not, whether you mention it or not, it is immaterial. It doesn't matter. Equal to, of course, double equal to. There's no triple equal to unlike JavaScript. So what is it you're going to do is another box dot width. Okay. So you have checked the widths. But that is not what I have. I mean, that is not what I want. I want to compare all the dimensions. So now I think people will understand. So now point is clear. So I can just say width depth. So when I say depth, it is this dot depth. Another box dot depth. And what was that? Height. Height is equal to another box dot height. Okay. So take a look at it. I'll just put it on one line. Sorry. So that you can see. So if suppose the widths are different, is it going to execute the second and the third check? Of course not. That is your short circuiting. But if the width is same, then it will check depth. If this dot depth is same as another box dot depth, then only it will go and check height. So tell me, when will this method, return true? Answer that. If and only if both the boxes B1 and B2's dimensions are same. I'm not saying volume same, dimension same. Are we clear? Now, but the story is not over. So now this method returns. You understand it. When the method returns, whose stack frame will be popped out from the stack? Answer that. Whose stock? Give me the name of the stack frame. Of course, check equals. Okay, so this method invocation is over. So check equals stack frame is popped out. And what will happen? Whatever is the method local here will be popped out, will be removed from the stack. What is gone from the stack is another box. So the obvious question is, after method returns, how many candidates for, this is all really related, for garbage collection. After the method call returns, how many candidates are marked for garbage collection? Anyone wants to answer? Please answer. Answer is 0. Why? Because you forgot the fact there is an original copy. There is another box is gone, but that is a B2. B2 is a valid pointer, valid reference already pointing to second box, and that you have not nullified. Are you getting me? So the candidates for garbage collection are obviously 0. Doesn't matter. The stack frame is gone, of course, but there is an original copy. So 0 are the marked candidates. Let's try this. So I'll create another one. Wait a second. So that I don't have to write everything from scratch. I'll call it as test box 3. Please use the same order during revision. Directly don't jump into test box 3 and feel lost about it. So before I forget, let me make this. Now, so this is not what I want. I'll keep some things. So now we will take the dimensions of the first box. So enter dimensions of the first box. I'll write something and then of course I'll ask you. See that? Because of over intelligence. Anyway. Next double. Just watch the code and I'll be ready to answer my next questions. Okay. So tell me, when this line is executed, line number 10, how many objects, how many, references and how many classes loaded? Answer is 1 each. First, the box class gets loaded. Its object instance is created. Reference assigned to B1. Okay, I just combined it into one. Now let me do the same thing. I'm keeping everything dynamic. Dynamic means user driven. Later, tomorrow by this time, we will have array of references and we will deal with it in a very interesting manner. So enter dimensions. Okay, B2, we are done. So I don't know at the time of writing whether user is going to give me the same dimensions or not. And that is why I said I want to check the equality. So you know all about this. We've discussed it. So I think people know. So which method I should call? I should call the method check equals, which we have just now written. It does not matter whether I call b1 dot check equal b2 or vice versa. Result will be the same. But I've written all the way writing from this. So I'll write it that way. Check equal. Another box is b2. So this is where all that reference copy and all is done. I'll not repeat my statements. Instead, I'll take you to the memory picture, which we will draw together in a minute. And I'll have a ternary here. So if it is same, let me say same box or same dimensions or whatever, same in general. Otherwise, I'll say it is different. So even if you have not understood, I'm not showing. If you have understood, very good, excellent. At least the code part should be clear. So the control will go from here, main to the test box or boxes method, and we'll see whether it is working at all. So let me just save all and let's just try it out. And then we will draw the memory picture in the next go. Next go means in the 2 minutes time. So it is now test box 3, I guess, right? Yeah. I hope I've given the names of the classes. Wait, let me not rely on my hope. So test box 3. Otherwise, you'll get confused. Class test box 3 and box is the same. Perfect. And then I'll say and let's just launch it. So it is asking me. It's a pretty business logic wise, it is very easy or very simple, straightforward, nothing high tech. But understanding the memory picture, references, object, pass by value, that way it is substantial. So if I say 10, 20, 30 point something, obviously So this dot width is equal to another box dot width. Fine, true. So it will go this dot depth, another box dot depth, still true. So true and true, still true. Now here when you say 30 and 30.45, of course it is false and it is going to print your, what is it going to print? Same or different? Of course different. And if you give the same dimensions, actually it is printing same. So now take this code, I will take this code and we will put it in the memory diagram to make it further clear. I'll be sharing all this, that whiteboard and all, everything, whatever we do is for you. So of course it will be shared. So let me go here. I'll just increase the page size. Okay, so let me first bring in the code. Give me a sec here. I'll just shift this slightly. Okay, and let me bring in your code. Sorry. Bring in your code, which I just now wrote. What is wrong with me? Okay, so let me copy this and paste it in the pen. So do go through this whiteboard if you have not been drawing. I hope you have been drawing and you are ahead of me then. So this is, oh, color change. Anyway, let me not worry. So this is there. And for your reference, now I'll change the color and I will write that method also so that everything should be in front of you. So there is nothing like memory based. Everything should be understanding based. So here in the box, in the box class, this is there. I just made it by bold. Anyway, doesn't matter. So I hope people are clear. This code in red is in the test box. I'll mention it. This is in test, whatever that box 3 or something, .java tester in short. And this is the method we have written in a box class. Are we completely clear so far? I have not drawn anything. I've just shown you things. Now, let us go ahead and start drawing. You can go ahead of me anytime. So what is it I'm doing? My execution pointer is here. Okay. So as a response to this, start showing. So I'm not giving titles. This is stack. This is heap. This is method area. Start drawing on your own. What will you show first? Of course, you should show the box class getting loaded. I hope you are all with me and you are busy drawing memory diagrams. I hope. Box class. What is it? Are you understanding? So here, let me give some values, so you'll be clear like what is happening. So 10, 20, 30 is one triplet here I give. And here, suppose I give the triplet as something. The values don't matter. The concept matters. So this is it. Now, box class gets loaded. The box class object gets created in the heap as we know so well. So class pointer and 10.0 value holding 20.0 and 30.0. I hope you have already drawn this much. And here, this class pointer, show it to this. And now we have stored the address in the stack as in B1. And let this B1 point to this. Is everyone 100% clear here so far? Nothing new. I'm not saying anything new. So this is done. And now let my control reach the next line. Okay, box B2. So what should I show? Box class is already loaded. But the moment you say new, of course, JVM has to create another object. What are the dimensions? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So show it quickly here. Class pointer 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. Okay. And of course, it is referring to the very same blueprint as in very same class. And here we have a B2 referring here. So I hope you are having complete clarity. Two references pointing to same object or different objects. Answer is different object. Super clear so far? Now comes the real deal because this you know already from earlier discussion. So now the next one. So here focus. Oh, I forgot. I forgot to copy the main code. I just got this. Give me a second here. I need to call that method, right? So here, let's talk about this much because this is the real. Anyway, I'll copy the whole line. Doesn't matter. So here you add I'm adding a call here, which is the most important call, which I forgot. Okay. Never got this. It's a same color, so you'll know. Okay, so this is the main deal. Now go faster, looking at time. So here, from the test box 3, here is my control. Now the code is calling b1.check equal b2. Tell me, in Java, is it pass by value or pass by reference? It is pass by value. Means what? Now understand the main stack frame. This code we had written in main stack. Okay, so this stack frame is pushed below. I don't want to show that. And now just imagine another stack frame is at the top, the one which is shown black in color, right? So now the control will go from here to here, right? So here, when the control goes here, what happens is another new stack frame is created and which is pushed on the top of your stack. So top of the stack, you know, is check equal. But in Java, whether you are passing a reference type of variable or you are passing a what is that primitive type of variable, it is passed as a copy. Its copy is made and the data is passed, reference is passed. So when I say another box equal to B2, can you tell me where will you show another box? Of course on the stack, but whose stack? Main stack or check equal stack? It is the check equal stack. But since I don't want to do that much, I mean looking at time, please show another variable reference type of variable. Just give me a second here. You can go ahead and you know what is happening. So here Imagine that it is another stack frame. So currently, while we are in the method check equal, these are unreachable. That is, that frame is pushed below. So here show another box, and you saw you saw the assignment. Implicit assignment is address is copied. So when you say another box equal to B2, you know it is copy of references or copy of objects. Tell me, R or O. In Java, I told you, unless until I show you cloning, there's no copy of object. So where should this another box point to? Be the first box or second box? Everyone knows the answer. See, the answer is here. Another box equal to B2. What is B2 containing? Address of this box. So naturally that gets copied into here, and another box very much starts referring to here. You will say, what about this? Because this stack frame is pushed below. Fine. Currently, you are in the another stack frame. Another box is referring here. Are we clear? This is what I mean by pass by value. A copy is made and that copy is given to the method. Are we all clear? Tell me. I hope the answer is yes. Otherwise, like looking at time, you ask me the questions in the lab. Now, the next one is, now everything is via another box. So now see this, solve this. You should literally solve. So when I say this dot width, can you tell me what is the value of this here? This is when I call B1 dot check equal B2, this is B1. So can you tell me what is the value of this dot width? Is it 10 or is it 1? Of course, 10.0. Have I given it correctly? Yeah. So it is 10.0 and 1.0. Sorry. 10.0 is here and another box dot width is 1.0. So tell me, are they same or different? Silly question. Of course, they are different. So will your JVM go ahead and execute this? Not really. But if they were same, then it will compare this dot depth to another and likewise. Currently not. So what will this relational operator return? True or false? False. Now the method returns. The moment method returns, what all will go out of scope? You have choices. Box class is gone, removed. Objects are gone, or references are gone, or whatever. You can pick up your own option. Which is the only thing which is gone, which is popped out is the stack frame. So what will go away? Another box will go away. Are you understanding what I'm saying? I hope answer is yes again. So this is no longer available. This is gone. Means what? There is no pointer. There is another box is no longer referring to here. But like is this box marked for garbage collection? Absolutely not. This stack frame is popped out, but which is now at the top of the stack is main. And once again, we have B1 and B2. So B1 is referring to the first box, B2 is referring to the second box. That is why I had said earlier, no objects are marked for garbage collection. And when this is returning false, is it going to print same or is it going to print different? Of course, it is going to print different, and so is the output. So this is extremely important for every developer, for every Java developer to understand that when you say box another box, simply the copy of the reference is made, and that is why I write it in the implicit manner. Another box is B2 means what? Another box also starts referring to the same copy, and that is what is the result. So I know I've got just 2 minutes left over, but I'll still. So this is what. If you have any doubts, like I said, please guys, don't be over expectant from yourself, overachievers and all that. I mean, the point is, when I say something, it may not be immediately clear. But like I told you the time frame. By tomorrow evening also, what I said today is not clear, then you are in trouble. I've given you all my details. So write to me or talk to me, raise a question anytime, and I'll definitely help you to solve it. So before I stop this session, let's just look at the last functionality and then call it a day. So this was about passing. So what is it I'm preparing you for? Writing a method which has the reference type of a variable. In short, passing the object reference. Now read this, the last one. So we'll finish it in a faster manner. I mean, without drawing the memory picture. Memory pictures will draw it in the labs. Okay. So coming back, add a method to the box class to return a new box with the double the dimensions. So you may not understand complete requirement from here. So let me explain. Suppose user has already ordered for one box. Okay. Think in code. I'm in the tester. Box V1 equal to new box something. Okay. So this box is there. This box you have given to the user and he's paid or whatever. Now user comes to you the next day or next moment or whatever and says, give me a new box. User is not asking you to alter. Okay. User is asking you to create a new box. But what should be the dimensions of the new box? User is not going to give you any new dimensions. User will say, okay, I have given you that, you have given me that box, first box, just double the dimensions. Means what? What I want is, I should have another box. Okay. And what should be the dimensions of another box naturally? 20, 40, 60. So tell me, is the requirement clear? Yes, the looks like requirement is clear. So here, I know I'm overstepping at this. So I'll just get you started. I will write the tester part. The code part and all we can discuss in the individual labs. I mean, the actual code. So do not jump. Please do not jump till you are professional. Professional means confident. Do not jump directly to write the code. Just think of how you are going to call it. And that itself will give you the clue of how to write a method. So let's call the method. Let's call it as I'm just thinking of the name, create new box. Create new box with double dimensions or something. So here we will be adding a new API, new functionality in the box class. So let me give you the name of the box as create new box with double dimension something. So this is what is, I'm not writing that method. We will write it in lab or something. So in the tester, sorry, we are in the tester. I don't have to write it. So in the tester, does anyone want to tell me how will you call this method? What is the code you will call for calling this method? I said, I want to call this method, which we are going to write in the box class. So, no, Anshuman, again, I think new box double. Okay, B1 dot new double. Yes, absolutely. Agreed. Taken, accepted. So here, see this. So create new box with double dimensions. I don't need to pass any new dimensions. But whose dimensions are the reference ones? B1s. So here, you just call it on B1. B1 dot create new box dimension. But guys, if you do only this much, understand that you are going to create a new box within a method. But if you don't return the reference to the caller, that newly created box will be marked for garbage collection. You won't understand it. We will spend good amount of time on that. But now this box, this method should do something inside which will return the reference of the newly created box. So what was this exercise? This exercise was passing the reference type of variable, and this exercise is about returning the reference to the caller. So I'm saying box, calling it as a double dimension box or something. Variable name does not matter. So this is what is the invocation. Okay, I'm not writing it in code because I know I have already 3 minutes late. So this is how the invocation will be. And once I give you the hint with the invocation, once you see this code, can you just tell me as the last question of today before the lunch break? After executing this much of a code, how many box type of objects will be in the heap? 0, 1, 2, 3. Tell me. Let me see your answer. How many box objects would be there in the heap? I want a number. Again, I think it has got stuck. Have you written anything? I can't see. So how many box objects? Answer is 2.
2.
Yes. The first one pointing to original box and the new one the double dimension box pointing to another box object having these dimensions. So then once you have this kind of clarity with memory pictures and all, writing the actual code becomes easy. So we will continue from this point onwards tomorrow morning in the, sorry, tomorrow means, I think it is a Sunday, right? Yeah. So today is a Saturday. So yeah, Sunday we are not calling you, at least not tomorrow. And then we will continue the discussion in the individual lab, and I will definitely give you some interesting assignments to solve. Okay, so that will be all. Whatever questions you have, does anyone have any urgent, burning question, immediate question you have to ask? Like, please ask if you have, because otherwise, you feel bad that okay, we have something and she never answered. Okay, so people are thanking me. It also looks like people are hungry. No problem. Let's see you in the labs, individual labs, and we'll discuss some things. Please revise all the things. I said a couple of things. And if you have any more questions and all, we will definitely have answers. That will be all. See you in the labs. I'll be uploading the data shortly.